Oh, hey, bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Kris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Everybody, welcome and happy Wednesday. It's your boy Kris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So that's a show that's for you. Definitely stick around because we got a lot of tea to spill today, including we got to talk some good news regarding Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The rights have found themselves a new home. We're going to get into who has acquired the rights to that. There's also a movie and TV series in development regarding that. Plus, Ricky Martin has issued a public statement to Bad Bunny after his Grammys wins, because he won 3, one of the big ones, the Album of the Year. Plus, speaking of awards, Halle Berry is speaking out about how her winning the Oscar for Monsters Ball didn't really move the needle for her career. She was like, at the end of the day, I still woke up a black woman struggling to get work in Hollywood because, based on the color of her skin, she wasn't getting the opportunities that she thought she was going to get once she won the Oscar. So we'll talk about that. Plus, I'm sure you already heard by now, Sherri Shepherd's show been canceled, along with Kelly Clarkson. There's a couple of others that said on the chopping line. Loni Love has basically come out and slammed the industry for basically not even giving Sherri the courtesy of announcing her departure. But y'all sat and let Kelly Clarkson put out a whole damn statement. So we'll get into that. Plus, a beloved reality show that was popular once upon a time on VH1 is being revived. So we'll talk about that. Plus, Alyssa Griffin, as y'all know, if y'all watch The View, is big and pregnant. She's about to go on maternity leave. So I have the list of conservative mouthpieces that are going to be taking her place while she's busy pushing that little boy out of her vagina. So we'll talk about that. Plus, we got some news regarding another One Direction is about to put out a new album. He announced it today. Yes, it's Zayn. Plus, Zayn may have thrown a little shade at Harry Styles over them crazy ticket prices. So we'll get into the that story. Plus, Keke Palmer, you are a lady after my own heart. She's been saying something I've been saying for years. She says she don't want no man, whether she married or just dating, to be living in the same house with her. And y'all already know, based off of some of the things I've said on this show, I 1,000% agree with her. So we got to talk about that. Plus, Jason Bateman is sparking backlash for basically asking Charli XCX why she don't want to have no damn kids, even though she married. So we'll get into that. Plus, Sparkle's niece, remember her back in the day, the one that was one of R. Kelly victims that got a golden shower at the ripe old age of 14. Well, she finally is speaking out. She's revealing who she is. She's no longer a Jane Doe. She did an interview with CBS, of all people. And we'll get into that. Plus, Sparkle has spoken out about some of the accusations that her niece has made in the interview, saying that she basically was getting her groomed by that disgraced R&B singer who's apparently illiterate. So we'll get into that story. Plus, Nicki Minaj in the news yet again. I'm tired of talking about this bitch, but she's talking about the trans people. She did an interview with Stephen Miller's wife, and so we got to talk about that. And Pedro Pascal, savior of the homosexual community, because remember that movie that Joaquin Phoenix was supposed to star in, and that at the 11th hour he decided to drop out. Well, Pedro Pascal's come to the rescue. The movie is back on, and he's about to star in it. Him and Danny Ramirez going to star 100 in the movie together. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, an interview with a vampire star says that Hollywood would never cast a queer James Bond. And we have some news on an iconic drag race queen who is set to host the Queer Teas. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that we know when we go live with a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. It helps with the algorithm. It also helps push the show out there. So even if you don't want to donate money or become a member, which you actually can become a member on this channel, by you liking and subscribing, all the stuff, it definitely helps out. So, with me getting all those ads and things and stuff up in here, and it helps out with the show wholeheartedly. So by you doing that, it shows your appreciation and that I'm not just sitting here running my mouth for no damn reason. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, in my banner, also, let me put in the comments Daniel Berry Sports Daniel Berry Sports Highlight is in the building. Says happy Wednesday. Arena is in the building. Or is it Aaron Amos? Oh no, it's Aaron Amos, 9928. And then we got the Magical Mermaid in the building and everybody else as y'all come in, those who are watching. Hello, hello, hello. In the words of RuPaul. And without further ado, Onyx is in the building. I just saw that pop up. It said, did you get a good laugh out of Madonna dancing the Thief of Hearts yesterday? I loved it. Preferably my favorite track off of Rock. I'm glad she's noticing like that is like one of the biggest songs. First of all, it's a deep cut. I've always loved Thief of Hearts. You're the thief of hearts, and now you gotta pay. You know, that's always been one of my favorite songs from her, from that album. So, I love erotica. Justice for that record and the sex book. So yeah, I love that. I love all these little TikTok. Well, I can't say TikTok. These little videos that I'm seeing because I'm not on TikTok anymore. I no longer am a part of it. I deleted it from my phone, so I don't know what's going on over there. I just see what y'all post on Instagram. That's probably still taken from TikTok, but I'm like, nah, I'm good. So yeah, I don't know what's going on TikTok, but if y'all know, let me know. Robert says, close to my vacation. Watch the video. She throws hints at the subject. Oh, yeah, that in that thing is basically they were saying from Encyclopedia Madonnica, they were saying that if you look closely, the video is giving clues to what we could have been expecting or the inspirations from the upcoming album. So, and Madonna loves to read. Not only people, but books. I like to read people. You said yo lost. Yeah, because I was thriving over there. I had a good amount of followers, had a lot of good videos and stuff. I was posting a lot of commentary, more so than I was getting on YouTube. But with Larry Ellison and them over there now owning it and then trying to spew their propaganda on that channel now, I was like, nah, I'm good. I can't. I just heard a version of Thief of Hearts last week where she's talking about wait, there's a different version of Thief of Hearts. The only one I've always known was like from the album. In the words of Tamar Braxton, are you? Because you look it from your picture. Oh yeah, because she was punching Warren Beatty. It was an original demo. Oh, okay. So, because there's funny enough, there's always like demos and stuff that comes out from some of these artists, and when they be sending them, I'm like, okay, I want to listen to it, but then I don't care enough to listen to it because it's like throughout my entire existence, I've been listening to original demos of Madonna and all this other stuff, and I was just like, okay, that was back in the day when I cared. Now it's just like whatever, but I still want to hear it because a lot of those demos get out. But anyway, let's move on since people are so curious about who I'm fucking. And let's get into some Texas Chainsaw Massacre news. So I guess congratulations to A24 who's acquired yet another horror franchise because they already got Friday the 13th. They have the Crystal Lake series about to come out. I don't know when. I'm thinking maybe sometime later in 2026. We haven't gotten any word on what's going on with that. I think they're done with the show. They're probably editing it, still figuring out what they're going to do with it, but it doesn't have a release date. But now after months of talks, because I've been hearing so much about A24 was trying to get it, somebody Blumhouse may have been interested, all those other things. Now it looks like A24 has finally acquired the franchise, and it looks like that Texas Chainsaw Massacre idea that Glen Powell had, that I was hearing about in the industry floating around, his idea is about to come to life. Now I don't know if he's going to star in the movie or the show or whatever it is that he's going to star in, but we know he's going to be a part of it. So according to Deadline, who had the news, A24 finally is finally working on the next iteration of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise, or as I like to call it, TCM. Not Turner Classic Movies, by the way, with a TV series from J.T. Mollner being the first project out of the gate. This comes after winning a months-long bidding war for the 1974 horror features franchise, TV and film rights, which I told you, I mentioned this a while back. Like, this whole bidding war has been going on for months. So A24 won those rights back in September in an auction led by Verve. Series EPs include Spooky Pictures' Roy Lee and Steven Schneider, who are reteaming with Mollner after Strange Darling, which I actually think this is a good move because I don't know if y'all seen the movie, but I cannot rave enough about this Strange Darling movie. And shout out to Kyle Gallner, who, sidebar, didn't he play um Stu Macher's nephew in Scream 6? No, Scream 5. So word is that might be Leslie other. I ain't gonna go there with the theories about Scream, but I like Kyle Gallner. He was going hard promoting this movie. I remember when it was coming out, and then I finally got around to seeing it. It's so good. So if you have not seen Strange Darling, definitely check it out. I don't know if it's on any one of the streaming services, but I remember when I saw the movie, I absolutely loved it. So I like the fact that we have someone who created a great movie that was not only full of horror moments, but great storytelling, Strange Darling, that is going to be behind this Texas Chainsaw Massacre type of a series. So well, they're mentioning a bunch of people that you probably don't even know. So now it says that so they're routine with Mona after Strange Darling, as well as Stuart Manashill, ImageNation's Ben Ross, Barnstorm's Glen Powell, and Dan Cohen, and Exerbia Films' Kim Henkel, who co-created the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Powell is only producing. Exerbia Films' Ian Henkel and Pat Cassie will also produce. So it'd be nice to see if Glen Powell could be in this, because remember, once upon a time, there was a Texas Chainsaw Massacre with Matthew McConaughey in it and Renee Zellweger. They were in the same movie together. And I was sitting there like, you know what? It would have been cool to see another Texan in another Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Because I like Glen Powell. He has yet to get in a movie that could catapult his career to where it needs to be. Because The Running Man was a chop. Even though it's available to watch on all the streaming services, I think Prime Video has it, and Paramount Plus, I believe, has it. So yeah, you could watch that movie. I went to the movie to see it. I was kind of disappointed. I thought the first half of the movie was good. Then when we got to the third act, I was just like, okay, you just took me out. I'm not invested anymore. This movie's getting dumb. So it lost me in the third act. I don't know if that was a studio decision or if Edgar Wright was just, going off the rails and or just lost focus of his own film. I don't know what happened there, but I just didn't like the third act of that film. But I like Glen Powell. I think he's very charismatic. I think he has movie star qualities, but he has yet to get in a movie that is going to catapult him to that whole movie star status. A la Timothy Chalamet, or another one who I really feel like is underrated in this business, and that would be oh my God, why how did I just forget his name? That Dylan O'Brien. Because I was just thinking about him, like Styles from Teen Wolf, or he is in the new movie with the guy that directed the Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2. So they said the auction for Texas Chainsaw Massacre was administered by Verve and drew the interest of several studios and high-level creative teams, including Oz Perkins, Jordan Peele, and Taylor Sheridan. Verve has repped the rights to the slasher franchise since 2017. Exerbia Films is the primary company behind Texas Chainsaw Massacre, with Pat Cassidy, Ian Henkel, and Jim Henkel as producers. Well, here's the thing. I'm actually glad that JT has gotten this franchise. Oz Perkins, I already told y'all, I have yet to like any movie he has put out. I think he is overrated. I think people hype him up so much. And as a horror movie fan, I just look at his films like, you're like the Quentin Tarantino of horror. Like, you basically get a lot of accolades by ripping off other people's shit. So I didn't particularly care for him. Jordan Peele only gave one good movie, and that was Get Out. And Taylor Sheridan, I like Taylor Sheridan based off, a lot of his shows, Yellowstone and all the other shows that he has currently on Paramount Plus. I'm a fan of Taylor Sheridan's writing and a lot of his shows. As far as trying to pull off a horror movie, I don't know if he could do that, because I can't think of off the top of my head any horror movies he's ever written, directed, produced, whatever. I don't know. So I didn't even know this. The original 1974 movie, which, was directed by Tobe Hooper. I'm not sure if Tobe wrote it, but because I can't think of all off the top of my head. But the original movie's budget was $140,000. And it was released back in, well, it was 1974, but and they said that it was distributed by Bryanston Distributing Company, which released the 1972 X-rated success Deep Throat. Child, you know what? Kind of wish sometimes that I lived back in the early 70s, so that way I could have experienced a lot of what that was, which would be, y'all actually produce porn and put it in a movie theater, and people went to go see these movies in a theater. Can you imagine if they did this today? That would never happen. So I would have loved to have been alive in like 1972 and 1974 to experience these things, but I wasn't thought of yet, so it didn't happen. So, but then they said, and then, so look, I like I liked Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I love the original. I just watched it like maybe a month or two ago. I rewatched it because I can't remember when, but I know it was around the time of the 50th anniversary when they had the re-release or whatever. So I rewatched it, and I like Texas Chainsaw Massacre too, even though it's a little batshit crazy and it's bonkers. And I like the remake with Jessica Biel. I actually like that version. I thought that version was relatively entertaining, and how it kind of had that gritty documentary style type feel. Like it was trying to capture the same feel as the original, but it kind of made it a little, it just looked like they had a little extra money they could add to it to make it look a little better. So I like those movies. After that, I was like, the rest of the movies is trash. I didn't mind the one with Jordana Brewster. They were trying to do a prequel of that version, which I'm like, why would you make a prequel? Because then nobody survives a prequel. Because clearly Leatherface gonna be still alive. Then they had the one with Trey Songz where the girl was bonding with Leatherface and get him, cuz. I'm like, okay, this one is stupid. And don't even get me started on that one they just released from Netflix where these kids are on the damn bus with their phone up while Leatherface is cutting everybody up on, oh, let me film it. Really? So that whole Gen Z version of Texas Chainsaw, they were trying to, I'm like, okay, I had to turn that shit. I'm like, I can believe that I actually sat and I was like, let me just thug it out and see if this movie's gonna get any better. It did. So I'm just hoping that with A24 getting a hold of it and Glen Powell being behind it, that this movie will not suck, that we can finally get a Texas Chainsaw Massacre that does right by this franchise and can move it forward, because this is a franchise that has a lot of potential but has yet to have a movie that could supersede the original or be like, okay, I care about going on this journey. It's the same thing with Friday the 13th. I'm really hoping, because A24 is going to be giving us a Crystal Lake show, that Friday the 13th, that they'll actually, it'll be a good show. So I'm feeling cautiously optimistic. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do, and I definitely want to hear from you guys. What do you guys think of this story? You're hearing that A24 has acquired the rights to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Well, you said Liza Bonita, my favorite Madonna video. Now we got confirmation that Epstein is the king of the manosphere. He planted the seeds of where we are today. Well, look. And then I was reading something that they said that J.K. Rowling was in the Epstein files. And I'm like, no, what happened was he was trying to come to that Cursed Child Broadway show or whatever. And they basically just stopped him at the door. It was like, no, you're not coming up. I'm like, damn, who wasn't connected with this man? But then again, you got to realize when people who roll in elite circles, you're bound to run into certain people that are going to be in that circle. It's like when I have this dingbat that comes on my social media talking about, so there, everybody at the Grammys was in the Epstein files. So you just make a blanket statement without any kind of proof, and then have the nerve to say, "Oh, Madonna's in the Epstein files." I'm like, okay, where? Because if you're gonna come up in here and say something in my messages or whatever, where's the evidence? Don't come up in here and just be saying blanket shit and don't be presenting me with evidence. Or don't be like that dumbass Michael Rappaport who hates Zora Mondani so much He decided to post on his page, his Facebook page, because apparently, I guess when you mention people in algorithms, their stuff will pop up on your channel, so or in your feed. And I'm scrolling, and I'm sitting there like, why is this man? I don't follow him. Why is this stuff popping up in my thing? Because I was watching Ebro Rosenberg, Ebro the Laura Rosenberg, because it used to be Ebro in the morning, but now they're YouTube. They call it Ebro Lauren Rosenberg in the morning. So they have their own show. And they were talking about Michael Rappaport and the fact that Rosenberg had a little thing online with Michael Rappaport and all this other stuff. And some of the ignorant things that he's been saying and shilling for Israel and all this other mess. And I guess my phone was being nosy. Big Brother was definitely listening and decided to send me some Michael Rappaport stuff. I don't like his ass. He's just loud. He's obnoxious. He's annoying. And somebody else needs to throw another snowball at him like they did in that video that went viral, which was hilarious. But anyway, so he went on and posted this picture of Zoran in a picture with his mother, Mira Nair, who is a filmmaker, and Jeffrey Epstein was standing next to him. And then I saw these videos online that everybody's putting themselves, is now the new meme, that people are posting pictures of themselves in a photo with Jeffrey Epstein, which I think is kind of funny. But it was fake. And it literally showed based on, they wanted you to know it was also AI by them putting the initials in the photo. So he's posting purposely propaganda, and everybody was in the comments calling his ass out. I was like, you a dummy. Because he hates him so much because he's a Zionist Islamophobic prick, that's what you're going to be doing. Oh yeah, Sailor Mermaid probably out here working like a whore in church. I speak to him every now and then. We do text each other and all this other stuff. So yeah, he's been working. I won't be able to watch Chainsaw. Those movies are just too much. Yeah, it can be. Really? Put that picture. It's like A24 has been really thriving. Yes, it has. Just like Jennifer Aniston, no shade, Renee and Matthew dismissed their B-rated sci-fi horror film, but to horror fans, that's rude. I thought Jennifer Aniston was embracing the fact that she was in Leprechaun. I could have sworn that she did that not too long ago. So I think she's kind of embraced the whole Leprechaun thing. But look, artists, never trying to thumb your nose at where you came from, because you finally made it in something. Now you're A-list. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Just like the other day, because now The Housemaid is officially, you can watch it at home in case y'all wondering, in case you want to watch it, because I was on Prime Video yesterday and I was like, oh, look, it's finally up. I might consider buying it. But I won't wait till that price go down, because I ain't paying $25 for no damn movie. So I'll wait till it get to like 20 or whatever. But or there's like a little sale. But Sydney Sweeney was doing a lot of like Lifetime movies and all this other stuff before she blew up and started doing like in Euphoria and all that other stuff. So I'm like, it makes sense that she would thrive in a movie like The Housemaid, because The Housemaid is kind of Lifetime movie of the week, except it's got a bigger budget and a well-written script. Because them Lifetime movies, those are a choice. I'm like, the bad acting, the bad writing, the predictability of it all. Taylor has a new show coming. Oh yeah, with Michelle Pfeiffer and Kurt Russell. I did see that. And also he has a show coming out on CBS with one of the actors. I don't know if it's a spinoff of sorts. One of the guys from Yellowstone is in it. I think it's called Marshalls. It used to be called Why Marshalls or whatever, but now I think it's called Marshalls. So yeah, he's got a show popping up over there, and now he's got a new deal with NBC Universal. So he's going to be going over there to develop some stuff. VHS boom and Pee Wee Herman's infamous incident killed. Oh no, the adult movie theaters was still thriving while Pee Wee was doing what he was doing up in there. While Pee Wee was playing with his wee wee. So I just think the times they changed. Once VHSs and everything started becoming popular, the people's like, oh wait, so I don't have to go to a movie theater to beat my meat. I can do it in the privacy of my own home with a videotape that I can rewind back to my favorite part. Let me find out. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1974 is one of my favorite films ever, and I do believe A24 will do it justice, but I hope it's not just a moderate. Yeah, because I hate when they just do something that I've already seen. Like, give me something different. I just find it funny when they would just put the hammer in the hand of the dead grandfather. and they were trying to have him bash the old girl upside the head, and he kept dropping it. That part is just so funny to me. And then when she jumps out the window, I was like, you can clearly see that's a stunt woman with a bad wig on. Oh yeah, I definitely love the Jessica Biel version. And then when Leatherface is chasing old dude through the laundry, the racks, the laundry hanging up on the racks outside. The clothesline, couldn't think of what it was called. The flight logs aren't the flex they think it is, because that's the list Pam used to dupe the conservative influences. You can't believe nothing that comes out of administrator. We all know that. We all know they're guilty over there, and they keep trying to move the goalposts. Because now the Clinton said, "Oh, I'm willing to testify." Now because they try to call their bluff, thinking the Democrats is going to be pussy. I mean, no, you got the only pussies that we know over there is Hakeem Jeffries and the fatback one. What's his name? Chuckles. So we know those are the pussies because they're not doing nothing. But the real people was like, I'm gonna just go and I'm gonna testify in front of court under oath with the cameras in the room. I want people to now they want to close door. They're like, no, if you wanted to testify, let's put on a show. If that's what you want, if you want a show, I'll give you a show. That's what I always say. So now they out here spooked and nervous, per usual. I just find it oh wait, now I'll save this for when we get to the Bad Bunny cop story. I was gonna say Bad Bunny copy, but I meant Bad Bunny story. I got Screenful upgraded to 4K for $5 at Fandango. Speaking of which, I did say I was gonna and I gotta do it soon. I was gonna do a Scream binge before 7 comes out. I don't need to do it because I don't think it's gonna any of this is gonna be connected, or maybe it will be. But before the 7th movie comes out, I definitely want to just like do a rewatch of all the films. You know, it's another movie that I was thinking, I was like, you know what? Maybe because I'm older, I'm not as hard on it as I used to be. And I said, I might want to give this a watch. And I'll throw tomatoes at me as I say this. But Twilight is currently on one of the streaming services. I think HBO Max. And I was like, you know what? I think I kind of want to sit and give those movies a rewatch. Just because, Kristen Stewart been talking about those damn Twilight movies lately. But I remember when that movies came out, I hated Twilight. Because I was just, annoyed by the fact that, what are y'all doing to my vampires? Clintons are going to force a subpoena. Well, look, they need to. And, he'll find every excuse not to testify. Well, maybe they won't want him to testify because all he's going to do is like ramble for 8 hours about a bunch of damn nothing. Mm. There was a lot of eye candy up in that movie. They had Kellen Lutz. They had Taylor Lautner. There's a lot of eye candy up in that movie. Anyway, let's move on. And let's talk about Ricky Martin because, as we all know, congratulations to Benito Ocasio, who just won a couple of Grammys, including the big one, Album of the Year, where he spent literally 10 minutes in his seat, taking it all in with his hand over his face, trying to hold back tears. And you know what? I did miss that part because I was like impatient. And I think it was at the end of the show. And I'm like, bro, it's time for you to get up off your ass, get up on that stage. Can you come on? Because I think, and you know what? Maybe it's the jaded side of me because for too long, I've seen so many celebrities just act so pretentious when they win these awards. But then looking back on it, when I started when I gave it a rewatch and I looked at some of the clips, I'm like, this is Benny. Well, it is Benny. I'm sitting there watching Bad Bunny get all emotional and be genuine about it and be authentic about it. And I don't think I'm used to seeing celebrities being authentic because you see all these girls, oh my God, like Taylor Swift and them being all fake and phony with all these wins and stuff, or Beyonce, oh, I'm relatively surprised, and tries to act like she ain't know she was gonna win an award. So sometimes it just be hard for me because I'm just like, y'all being a mad fake with it, y'all not even that good an actor where y'all trying to act like y'all genuinely shocked. There was like, he was genuinely shocked, and I was shocked. Well, I guess we was all shocked when Lola Young won her award. So I believed her when she got up there and she was just all flustered and cussing and all that other stuff. But nevertheless, Bad Bunny won his awards. He's gearing up to take the world by storm and leave the conservatives big mad over his performance at the Super Bowl, to the point that these people had to go over there and create their very own thing, which looks very county fair. It looks very county fair versus you're about to get something that is going to be a global, worldwide situation. We're talking about like you got Kid Rock and a bunch of people we ain't never heard of getting up there performing. I'm like, this is not even the flex that y'all think it is. And I don't care how much y'all try to hype it up or slice it or dice it, whatever the case is, faux news. The people don't care. So y'all out here acting all spooked and nervous and everything over the fact that, yeah, we got someone with some actual melanin, some sazon in their situation that's going to yet again move the cultural needle while y'all sit up in here and try to whitewash it for one of your own down the line. It is what it is. And then again, when we had Spring Roll, loose skin looking ass, doing his post Grammy interview where he's like, and y'all know, well, Spring Roll, that's what I used to call, that's Jelly Roll's new name. So he's up there, I don't want to talk about politics. I just learned about politics when I came out of jail. Well, motherfucker, how long your ass been out of jail? You ain't like you just got out yesterday. And then you just all of a sudden just discover the fact that the internet exists. You can give an opinion on things. The fact of the matter was you didn't want to get the backlash because we already know who you align yourself with. Your wife is good friends with Jeffree Star, because I remember I heard about that. So his wife is good friends with Jeffree Star, problematic racist ass. And then aren't you doing, I don't even know, did it happen already or is it still happening? You're doing the same festival that Kid Rock is putting together, the one that Ludacris, they said was supposed to be a part of, but then Ludacris apparently dropped out. He said, I was never a part of it. I don't know what to believe in regards to that, but his people, Shaka Zulu over there that worked with him, with Ludacris, said he was never part of the situation. So, nevertheless, I just feel like you can't just come in here and backpedal when your back is up against the wall and we're in a sticky political climate right now. You can't sit up here and just backpedal, especially when you started out as a rapper and trying to benefit off of a genre created by Black people, but you ain't got nothing to say about ICE and all this other stuff going on. And we've seen the pictures of you at the airport hugged up all on MAGA Barbie, Christy Nome, who has been at the forefront of all of this ICE raids and all of this other stuff. So we know where you stand. You ain't got to tell us. We know. And I say actions speak louder than words, but it is what it is. So fuck you, Spring Roll. Now, the person I won't say fuck you too, but I wouldn't mind fucking is Ricky Martin. So Ricardo Martin basically shared a heartfelt public message celebrating Bad Bunny following the artist's historic night at the Grammy Awards, calling the moment deeply personal and culturally significant. So, yeah, Ricky was all in his feelings about Bad Bunny's historic night and basically said, Benito brothers, seeing you win 3 Grammy Awards, one of them for Album of the Year with a production entirely in Spanish, touched me deeply, not only as an artist, but as a Puerto Rican who has walked stages around the world, carrying his language, his accent, and his story. This is what he said in Spanish in the letter, which was published Tuesday in the Puerto Rican newspaper El Nuevo Dia, and which he shared via screenshot on his Instagram stories. Now, Bad Bunny, whose full name is Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio, won Best Global Musical Performance for EO, the Best Música Urbana Album, and Album of the Year for Debí Tirar Más Fotos. The latter award marked the first time in Grammy history that an all-Spanish language album won in that category. And I think that's what I would just say, like, that's what I loved about it, because here's the thing, and I feel like with this message, I think it's perfect that it's coming from someone like Ricky Martin, because back when Ricky Martin was popping on American, like crossed over to the Anglo market, there was something called, and I don't know, many of you may not be familiar with this because it could be, I know I bring people of all their ages up in this show. So there was something called the Latin Explosion. So a part of the Latin Explosion, we had Shakira, we had Ricky Martin, we had Enrique Iglesias, we even had Paulina Rubio at one point. We had, who else? I said Shakira, right? Gloria Estefan always will be the grand dame of the Latin explosion crossing over. But years later, it was, the Ricky Martins, Enrique Iglesias, Mark Anthony, Jennifer Lopez, and a lot of the people within that group that was coming out. Shakira even learned English just so that way she can cross over into the American market. I love them. And so Ricky Martin, out of all of them, was like the biggest artist to come out of that scene and was all over MTV, was global, worldwide, blew up after he performed. I think it was Living La Vida Loca. He performed, and The Cup of Life. He performed at the Grammys the same year. Until won for the Ray of Light album. And then that's when all of a sudden everybody wanted to work with him and everything. And his career just blew up from that performance. And people was living and we were all eating it up. And so for someone like Ricky Martin to be able to cross over in that part, but he can't still experience the same thing in so many ways because unlike Ricky Martin, Benito never compromised his being Puerto Rican as a way to cross over into other markets. He had people meet him where he's at. Because he's like, he was just some regular kid that was bagging groceries in a store, in a grocery store in Puerto Rico, who had nothing but a dream, came out and started making his music, entirely in his language, using like trap and all these different styles of music. And people were just liking the way, like his style, his cadence, like the way he would deliver his rap lyrics and things of that nature. And he blew up and started crossing over into the other markets. And he never felt the need that, oh, I have to learn English in order to cross over and be successful. He's learning English now, and he's still getting there, which it takes a lot of time that for him to get his English and whatever better. But we got you. We understand. Take all the time you need. But I love the fact that he's just authentically himself. And that's what I think people resonate with him more. And the fact that he says that how he connects with so many different genres and different styles. And I even watched the Vogue video that they put out. I can't remember it might have been yesterday when they put it out, but I saw it today. And the Vogue video basically was like how he had that Schiaparelli, who doesn't even make menswear, basically design a woman's wear outfit that was on the runway from one of their shows for him. And I love the blazer. It was giving very Matador, the way that it fit on him. And somebody said that he was wearing a bulletproof vest. I don't know if that's true, but I'm like, no, it looked very much like that outfit had him together. It was fitting right and tight. So now Ricky also went on to say this. He said, I know what it means to succeed without letting go of where you come from. I know how heavy it is, what it costs, and what is sacrificed when you decide not to change because others ask you to. That's why what you have achieved is not just a historic musical accomplishment. It's a cultural and human victory. You won without changing the color of your voice. You won without erasing your roots. You won by staying true to Puerto Rico. Now, Martin, who, was born in San Juan, first broke out as member of the boy band Menudo before embarking on a successful solo career. His single Living La Vida Loca topped both the Billboard Hot 100 and the UK singles chart. And with over 70 million records sold worldwide, he is one of the best-selling Latin artists of all time. Now, Martin confessed in his letter that watching Bad Bunny hoist his trophies on stage put a lump in my throat because he recognized that something important is happening, not just for you, but for all of us. Saying what touched me most about seeing you there on the Grammy stage was the silence of the entire audience when you spoke. He wrote, when you defended the immigrant community, when you pointed out a system that persecutes and separates, you spoke from a place I know very well. That place where fear and hope exist, where millions live between languages, borders, and deferred dreams. He added, referring to Bad Bunny's emotional speech on stage in which he denounced immigration and basically ICE, and powerfully declared, in part, we're not savage, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans, and we are Americans. He also concluded by saying this achievement is for a generation for whom you taught that their entire identity is non-negotiable and that success is not at odds with authenticity. From the heart, from one Boricua to another, with respect and love, I thank you for reminding us that when one of ours succeed, we all succeed. And I always say that. So when one succeeds, we all succeed at the end of the day. And, shout out to him where he was like, ice out, and basically spoke up for his people. And here's the thing, y'all thinking that was just the one time that Bad Bunny has spoken out against, the atrocities of the world. Bad Bunny has been very much outspoken in regards of a lot of the atrocities that's gone on in Puerto Rico, including some of the politicians that he has called out for a lot of the stuff they're doing over there and how they're heavily gentrifying Puerto Rico because a lot of these rich idiots, like who was it? There was one person. Who was it? The one that's a influencer who became a boxer, whatever the case is. They're like building luxury resorts and big old houses and mansions and stuff. Oh, because it's cheaper or whatever the case is. So they're like trying to basically gentrify Puerto Rico and put these people out. There's even a video. I remember this when he put out the new album, and there's a music video. It was kind of plays like a movie where you see this old man. And I remember watching it, and literally I just like burst into tears because it just really hit me hard. Where there's an old man that's like in Puerto Rico and he's going through these things and like seeing how fast that the place that he grew up and loved and always fought so hard for is changing at a crazy pace. And he goes down to the store to go get something to eat, and then he's struggling to have a hard time trying to pay for the thing because it's like we don't take cash and it's this and this, and I'm sitting there like I'm getting so frustrated, like I want to dive through the damn TV and strangle that person behind the register because it was just frustrating. You feel for how something that you grew up knowing and then just fighting so hard for just changes so much due to gentrification and corporate greed. Or just greed in general. So Bad Bunny's always been out here trying to fight for the people, his people, himself, the people of Puerto Rico. A lot of his music has always been political. So for those of y'all out here who try to act like that he just woke up one morning and decided to be political, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And what I'm also hoping from this as well is that while we see more of this happening, I'm really hoping that with the success of Bad Bunny winning these awards, that this is not just going to be some one and done thing that, oh, look, so we basically just gave Bad Bunny all this stuff. So that should be enough for the rest of you Latinos where we don't have to give y'all no more awards, whatever. Because, you know, a lot of times what irritates me about this industry is how y'all like to use people as political pawns or political footballs in order to push a certain type of agenda. I'm not saying that's what Bad Bunny's doing because Bad Bunny is somebody who is truly an authentic artist and stands on 10 toes down in what he believes in. But I just hate how the industry likes to tug on people's strings or whatever, or tries to capitalize on certain things because ratings, clout, whatever it is that, you know, plays into that kind of irritates me. So I'm really hoping that this is a real deal, that this opens up opportunities for more artists down the road, like maybe a Karol G or a Fade or, you know, Wisin Yandel or so many others. I was going to say even Daddy Yankee, who is back in the music business. He just ain't doing secular music no more. Now he back doing music for Jesus. So even, you know, so many others, we'll see if those doors open where they can break the glass ceiling and win these big awards, and not just at the Latin Grammys, but the American Grammys as well. So, excuse me, shout out to you, Ricky, your fine self, and Benito. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to do on at the Super Bowl on this upcoming Sunday. Because, you know, I already got my snacks. I went to Costco earlier, so got my snacks, got everything ready to go. Sunday can't get here fast enough. I'm not rushing the week, but I'm looking forward to eating my snacks and watching the Super Bowl, especially the halftime. So I want to I say all this to you guys. What do you guys think of this story? What Ricky Martin had to say, and the historical win of Bad Bunny at this past Sunday's Grammys, which I heard that they lost 2 million in viewers. I wish I had. Wait, hold on. Let me look it up. Because the ratings did come out. What was the ratings? Oh, look. First thing, what was the ratings for the Grammys? How'd y'all know I was looking for that? So according to reports, it said the 68th Annual Grammy Awards averaged 14.4 million viewers in preliminary Nielsen ratings, making a 6% to 6.5% decline in viewership from the 2025 show. The 2025 show had 15.4 million and a second consecutive year of decline. Despite the clip, it remained the most watched award show since the 2025 Oscars, with a high social media presence of 302.5 million video views. So slightly, we'll see how well it does when it goes to ABC next year, because CBS is pretty much done. They no longer have the contract over there at, with the Grammys, and now the Grammys is heading over to the to Disney, I should say. I would go say the Apple network. That would be Apple TV. But no, it's heading over to the Disney network, which is ABC and Hulu. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Like you said, it's a huge moment. Taylor out there effed up his career saying action films for people who can't act. Well, quiet as is kept, Taylor, you wasn't that good of an actor anyway. So you would have fit right at home in the action movie department. And look, Tom Cruise does a lot of action movies. First of all, he's changed the way that actors do stunts. So I don't necessarily agree with that. It doesn't touch people my age. When Noah Centineo and other Gen Z men knows there's a demand for male-centered films. Absolutely. We have a lot of them coming. Right now, Noah Centineo is in Thailand shooting a Rambo prequel. And he's about to be Ken in Street Fighter. He was supposed to play He-Man, but then that didn't happen. That ended up going to Nicholas Galitzine. I think he was supposed to do it around the time when another group was a part of it, but then they parted ways, whatever. Exactly. Well, I think the Kennedy Center thing is due to the fact that nobody wants to perform there. So instead of leaving it open and people and it looking bad, because Trump, all Trump cares about is how he looks in the eyes of the people in the media because he's this big of a man. So instead of we're going to call it renovations when in reality he's closing it because nobody wants to perform in the Kennedy Center. So why is it that if you really pay attention, oh, we're closing it for 2 years? Yeah, you have 2 years left on your career. I mean, on your presidency. Well, if we want to be specific, I mean, we've only been a year and a month. No, a year into his presidency. A year and a couple of days because it was the 20th, right, of January, which made it a year. So we're only like a year and a couple of weeks into his presidency. So if you really think about it, it's like 3+ years left. So you're closing, 3 years left. So you're calling it like 2 years left. But I'm like, by that, whatever. It just doesn't make sense why you were closing 2 years. And they were saying, oh, that'd be as much left on his career. I mean, on his presidency. I'm like, no, kind of got 3-ish years. Doesn't he know it's a Republican? It's the Republicans that benefit financially from the profit prison system, which is probably why they're making more concentration camps to put people in. I heard 28. I'm like, for what? She bang, she bang. You know what I'm thinking of? What was his name? Richard Hung, the one that oh shit, I totally forgot to bring up the story about. Hold on, because I was like, damn, I forgot the story. Uh, about since we talk about the Cole, what's his name? I knew there was something I was supposed to bring up on this damn show, and I totally forgot. Mm, yeah, hold on, because I'm gonna have to add that to the docket. I was like, I forget. Yeah, y'all gotta give me a second to create this thing. I was like doing this on the fly, child. Um, this was not supposed to happen because I was like, wait a minute, I knew I was missing something. Yeah, because we got a update on that story. Since we talking about award shows and we talking about the Grammys. And then I'll get back to y'all comments. So look at me doing a whole edit and an update to the show while we're going at it. Oh, excuse me. Do not tell me my allergies and stuff is gonna be bothering me and stuff because now I'm starting to feel oh, am I getting sick? Okay, I think I'm about ready. Okay, I got it. All right, now let's get back to the comments. What the people is saying. So you said Ricardo Martin. I was like, look, I like to remix people's names. Oh yeah, see, this is what reminded me of the thing with the Cole thing about Miss Jennifer Lopez. Because I forgot. Oh yeah, Pitbull. I totally forgot about Pitbull. Pitbull definitely played a significant role in that because he was doing the Spanglish right after the Grammys. He did record Madonna's demo. Be careful, but made it a duet. One of her first dates that didn't. I mean, duet said, yeah, that song should have been released because I like this. I like that song. I wonder if the child. Not, I hope not. Benito had people meet him where he's at. Yes, Ricky did whitewash himself, and Bad Bunny has made it. Exactly. That's why I was like, we remember. Look, those of us who was there remember the fact that Ricky did, and they all did it. They all compromised because they always felt like that was the only way you were going to cross over. You had to bend the knee to the Anglo market. You had to speak English. You could, excuse me, you could do your Spanish music, but you had to, but you had to do it in English language. Bad Bunny was like, no, I'm not compromising who I am. But I don't know, there was something different about him that I think just made people kind of fall for him. It could be the queer ally shit. It could be all those things. Because I did see they were talking about, I don't know what, like the Fox News people, I don't know who a Bad Bunny is. And then they decided, let's pull up a picture of him in a dress, or he had like the dominoes on his fingers would be like fingernails. So they were trying to do that. And it's like, okay, y'all trying to do this because you're trying to push a certain agenda to get the certain base who don't know who this guy is riled up because the gays are evil. Anybody that's outside of being white and heterosexual, they're dangerous. Run away, stand back and stand by. You know all the foolishness, the fear mongering that a lot of these people get caught up in. I did hear that Ricky might have been one of. He might have been, but he won't talk about it. He was, because they could smell the gays. He was clean. You said, but Ricky was on. Yeah, he was. General Hospital being one of them. MAGA state in Puerto Rico was a okay, because it's a part of the United States. Because they keep saying, why can't we just have somebody? Why they can't put somebody American? I'm like, was Rihanna American? She was born in Barbados. Y'all didn't say nothing about that. U2 is not from America. They were part of the. Just be racist. Just say that you're racist and just own up to it. But they won't. Black love is in the building. I bought a Costco pizza. Child. Why are we all thinking that? Because I got a Costco pizza too. He said a Costco pizza. Mm-hmm. And them big giant ones. Did you just read an AI overview? Yes, I did. Because I need to get to the point. I was gonna open up the Halle Reporter story. Why did you Google it at the same time I did? He said I nearly forgot about Grammys until I saw a commercial from them on Friday. Speaking of which, I gotta watch that video. The first look of the upcoming episode of Drag Race. They dropped it a couple hours ago. I put it in the history for me to watch later, but yeah, I didn't get around to watching it. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yes, Selena was another one. Selena was about to she was, doing her Tejano music and was working on an English language album. And then Yolanda did what she did. And that was it. So they basically just took a lot of the songs that she had recorded already and then just made it a greatest hits, along with all the hits of the songs that she had from the past. Yeah, we know y'all scared of the gays. Cleveland's in the building. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. And here's a story that I just had to throw together at literally the last second because I was like, wait a minute, I know I'm forgetting something. And it transitions well with the Grammys. So let's talk about the Glambot producer, Cole Walliser. I think is his name. Yeah, Cole Walliser. So y'all already know when it comes to the red carpet and this, that, and the other, the guy, somebody called him a bag of bundles. I did cackle at that. This guy that has a whole mane of hair that a lot of people know him from. He does like the Glambot thing, which is the celebrities stand on something, they 3, 2, 1 action, they pose, and then the camera basically records them full speed, and then it slows it down to make it look like they're in slow-mo. So I did see that Glambot thing going around, and they was even showing it during the telecast too. And I'm like, oh, they got the Glambot machine in there as well? Well, and I was like, okay, so I thought Cole was there, whatever, because I don't really watch a lot of the red carpet stuff. First of all, I forgot where was I? Oh yeah, I don't watch a lot of the red carpet stuff. I was catching a couple of the things on Twitter, like I would see a couple of the clips, videos, whatever the case is. So apparently Cole, who y'all know is the one that's been behind them, wasn't there, which shocked me because I thought he was there, but they said he wasn't. So where was he? Well, apparently they're saying that he was asked to not come back, and they were trying to blame it on Jennifer Lopez, that apparently she made a call. I need y'all to basically make sure that queen with all that hair don't be on the red carpet because they called me out on that whole attitude thing. Which it wasn't him. He actually came to your defense because I think he was trying to cover his ass and try to save his job. So he did come to your defense. It was the sleuths, it was the people on social media that was in the comments that was dragging Jennifer over her behavior. That she came up to the thing, she did her little pose, she had her ass, because that's her favorite asset or the best part of her body. That in her mind, I mean, she's a beautiful woman, but she thinks that her ass is the only thing people will just notice on her. Maybe as white men, the ones that she be running after, that notice that. But for the most part, she basically gave him her behind, her whole ass, and then did her little pose, didn't really engage and interact with him like all the other celebrities that we've seen. And people was calling her out over it. But Cole got on the line and was, very defensive of her, saying that things happen or whatever. He didn't take that as her giving shade or whatever, although it was shade. So, with all that being said, they were trying to say it was Jennifer that had him not on the red carpet. Then I was seeing other stories, conflicting reports saying he was on the red carpet, but he wasn't actually allowed to engage and interact when they were using the Glambot. So he was there, but he wasn't like present, interacting with the celebrities, that sort of thing. So I don't know what to believe. But according to the Daily Mail, which I guess we could take they biased asses with a grain of salt, because they can be a little conservative and biased with some of the stuff they say too. Because Daily Mail give me page 6 teas every now and again. But they said filmmaker, director, and content creator Wallace, who's 44, shot to fame in 2016 when he began capturing high-speed videos of celebrities posing on red carpets, which are then slowed down. His videos have become a staple at star-studded red carpets and award shows, and over the last almost decade, he has directed the Glambot for E! News at events like the Golden Globes, the Emmy Awards, and the Academy Awards. But in recent weeks, Wallace found himself in hot water after a series of emails he sent years ago resurfaced. So I think, and to be honest, I don't think it was Jennifer. I think Jennifer's off minding her business, doing whatever it is that she's doing. Music, her residency. I don't even know if she's still doing that right now. I know she hasn't come back in March, but she's off doing other things. I don't think she had time to get on the phone, although we have heard that she has done some shady things in the past when it came to how she's treated service workers and the fact that when she was with Ben Affleck, that Ben Affleck would give big bills or tips, leave a big tip for some of the servers, and she'd go in and go right behind him and take some of the money and leave them like a little bit of coin totters on the table and go about her day. So I've heard stories about her doing that. So I wouldn't put nothing past her in this, but I don't know. For some reason, I feel like because of the surfaced emails and things that was coming out about him behind the scenes and all the talk online, that may have had something to do with the fact of him not being asked to show up at this event, because people are saying that he's got a nasty attitude, allegedly. So yeah, they after the emails surfaced or whatever, or resurfaced, he received immense backlash for the social, as he was branded unprofessional and condescending in the emails. Now, amidst the controversy, Wallace seemed to skip out on the 2026 Grammys. Now, E! News shared a slew of behind-the-scenes clips on Twitter of celebrities using the Glambot during the red carpet, and many users pointed out that Wallace was not there. Immediately, the platform was flooded with posts about his absence. So Cole Walliser isn't at the hashtag Grammys, but the Glambot is, what wrote one fan. Just realized Glambot guy isn't at the Grammys. It's not actually fun without him, announced another. Notice how the Glambot guy isn't at the Grammys after all that drama, someone else pointed out. We cheered, replied a different user in response to the post about him skipping the event. He upped the price, someone else sarcastically penned, referring to the scandal. The Glambot guy, is he at the Grammys or was he too expensive? Because, the whole shade about the fact that he acted like people couldn't afford his machine. But the question remains, if you're at the Grammys and all these other award shows, are they paying you a fee for that machine to even be on the red carpet to use? Because I highly doubt it. I think the promotion and everything of it all is what gets you paid. But you're going to run up and, they can't afford you. But I would like to know if he actually, are these people on the red carpets paying for you to be there? Because I know, like, if you're Deadline, a Variety, and all these other places, they're paying for their people to be on the red carpets to interview the celebrities and all the other stuff. So Walliser, as you know, faced immense scrutiny for his supposed lack of professionalism after a Reddit user uploaded what appeared to be a 2019 exchange between Walliser and a potential client in an email. Now, in a series of messages, Yinka Animation reached out to book Walliser's services for a wedding, but was met with resistance from the filmmaker, who stressed that hiring him in the Glambot would be expensive. And it's like, sis, who said I couldn't afford you? It's like, let me know what your price is on your budget. Now, just so you are aware, the Glambot is a camera system and personnel used by a network television station for one of the biggest red carpets of the year, an email allegedly from Walliser read. It is not cheap. If you feel like something like this might be within your budget range, then I'm happy to discuss further. Animation confirmed that Glambot will be in her budget range, to which Walliser allegedly responded that he didn't believe her response, that he was in her budget because he had not yet quoted her a fee, and hiring him and his camera crew would cost between 10 grand and 1 million. First of all, why I got to be that high? Because first of all, my thing is, if you got a budget, you already have, people have a set budget or it's within a range. You can't be like 10,000 to 1 million. Like, sir, get off my line. Like, you could at least say, okay, I charge 150K. If you're gonna be doing it, okay, I can afford it. I got the money. Do I need to run you down my resume or show you my whole accountant call it my accountant and have them send you my whole statement just so you know how much money I got in the bank? Like, if this is what we're doing, then it's like, I would want your ass there anyway. But quiet as it's kept, I already told y'all, there's already, like, you don't even need the Glambot. There's like these little machines that I be seeing when I be walking down Times Square, where you stand on the thing and they got like the camera with the ring light that goes around in a circle, whatever, and captures your photo, whatever. You can get one of those, which is probably a third of the price or way cheaper. Probably like $100, $150 or whatever the case. You can get one of those. I know I'll be a little low budget, but I'm sure it still does the trick. Especially if you're going to be acting like this with an audience. Now, Animation confirmed that the Glambot, that is, in her reply, she said that she had assumed the fee would be pricey. She then asked Walliser what the next steps would be to book his services. So where would I begin, she said, through you, or is there a website? Because I would think that your website would literally give your rate. Like, I have enough friends who are photographers who work with celebrities and all kinds of other stuff, take photos of them and everything, that have a specific price range and a budget for how much they charge, depending on the situation. Yes, the budget fluctuates, but I have friends who are not going to be like, oh, it's going to cost you $1 billion. Motherfucker, you ain't Fran Lebowitz. Like, get off my damn line with that. Child, you got your little machine that you just shove up somebody's ass to take a little quick photo and call it a day. Like, anybody can do what you're doing with a little AI, even though, I can't stand AI at this point. I don't say, like, I don't want to recommend using it to, like, for abusive purposes, but he just annoying me with this whole situation. So, Then he wrote, it's $300,000 and I'll take a 10% deposit. So now you had a full fee. You had a regular fee the whole time, but you was trying to be cute by saying 10,000 or 1 million. Motherfucker, you could have just said 300K and called it a day. And be like, okay, I got it. Like, where do I write the check? I got it for you, whatever the case is. Or do you want me to bring it to you in a goddamn suitcase, deal or no deal style? Now, noting his email, Anna Michon confirmed that she will reach out by Monday. Now, he allegedly replied with, if you wanted to know how much it costs, you just needed to ask. You don't need to pretend you were going to book it. And I'm sitting there like, who the hell talks like this in a goddamn email? If you want to know how much I charge, all you had to do was ask. Motherfucker, you got to be glad that I asked you that. And I didn't cuss your ass out in another email. It's like, who talks like this in an email? Or you think because you look like the king of the forest? With, you know, the cowardly lion. You think because you look like the cowardly lion in this photo that makes you a Saint fucking Gandhi? Like, whatever, bitch. Now, they said the alleged email exchanges met with outrage from fellow Reddit users who branded Wallace unprofessional and condescending. Now, in the video, he also broke his silence on the scandal and acknowledged the tone of his emails was dismissive and curt. Wallace also addressed allegations of being labeled racist, admitting that he would never intend to cause the same pain he endured growing up as a person of China. Child, don't even get me started on that. Like, there's no such thing as internalized racism. Like, we've seen the internalized racism from fellow Asians like Bo and Yang. Do we need to get started on that? Another self-hating homosexual? Do we need to get started on that? And how a lot of y'all like to cut the white ideologies in order to make yourselves feel like y'all a part of something. So yeah, you talk about, I would never endure being, or I would never be racist, especially all the pain and things I've had to go through being Chinese. Please. I saw sinners. We know how the Asians will get when somebody wag a little something in your face and how they'll turn their back on the very people that help prop them up. We see, I've seen sinners. We see how some of y'all, I'm not saying all, but how some of y'all operate, and I wouldn't put nothing past you in this situation. So I would never be racist, please. Because I want to talk about the same emails that I sent years ago that resurfaced. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. I didn't even know he spoke about the email situation, but I'm glad it's all in this article. They said the tone in the emails was dismissive and curt, and that is not okay. In 2019, I didn't have a team around me. It was just myself. I edited every single video. I answered every single email, and I was overwhelmed. But that is not an excuse. Everything lands on me. I think the hardest part about all of this is being labeled racist. I'm half Chinese, and growing up, he's probably got a white parent. Because now when you say half Chinese, I already know where the wind blows on that. And growing up, issues of identity, race, and belonging deeply affected me, and I would never intend to inflict that on anybody else. But I do understand that reading these emails, people could be upset and assume bias, especially given the frequency at which people of color experience being dismissed. And so I take responsibility for my words, irregardless of what my intent was. He also apologized to those he felt slighted by him during the interactions on the red carpet. I also want to acknowledge people's concerns that they were mistreated or felt dismissed or treated less than on the red carpet. He says, live events move really fast, and I would never want someone to come see me and leave feeling that way, but I do understand that it would happen, and it did happen, and for that, I'm sorry. I like to think that I have grown a lot in the past 7 years, and I always want to treat everybody with respect, and that, that they deserve, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Well, I'm glad that you sat up here and apologized now that, you were being dragged or whatever, but here's the thing. Like I stated before, I've been on many red carpets. I know a lot of people who are photographers who have taken pictures of a lot of people on red carpets, and and you talk about you've been dismissed as been curt and whatever. That's a behavior thing. That's got nothing to do with the job, because we all know that we can be dismissive and curt in our personal time. But when you old school, but you're not that old, you in your early 40s, and you and I are around the same age. So for you to sit up in here and try to act like that, this thing about Kurt and this, that, and the other, I'm just not buying it. I mean, I'm glad you apologize, and if people want to receive it, go ahead. I'm side-eyeing a little bit, but I've been around enough people who, and then being on red carpets and an observer, and just talking to celebrities, and you take it and friends of mine who I know have taken pictures and been on the red carpets. They get in, they take their photos, try to get people's attention, and then you move on. They're not being rude, they're not being curt, they're not being disrespectful, they're not being dismissive. Because at the end of the day, you want to continue to get invited back to these spots. I'm thinking because you had this machine that your ego was bigger than your head, and you was allowing all of this, the fame and the celebrity. I don't know, maybe it's just me. But when I'm there, I'm like, this is a job. Being around these people, I'm like, yeah, they're famous, they're celebrities or whatever, but I don't get caught up in the fame of it all. And maybe because I don't know if it's because I'm a Virgo, or maybe I'm grounded in a lot of ways, or maybe because I've been around it so much, maybe I'm a little jaded. So being around these celebrities, like, and you know, with me being in live entertainment, I'm always around celebrities. So me being there is like, I'm working, I'm doing whatever. It is what it is. I don't get so caught up in the lights, camera, action of it all. So maybe it's like, maybe a little immature and you need to grow. So maybe it could be that. But yeah, so yeah, you up in here admitting that you was being kind of shady with celebrities. Maybe that's why Ariana Grande like him. Maybe Jennifer clocked it. Maybe that's why she gave you her whole back and ass when she took that photo, because you know, shade no shade. So anyway, so they said he wasn't there. We'll see, because you know the Oscars is coming up next month, so we'll see if he's gonna be missing in action again, because they still got your Glambot machine, but they not using him. So I say all this to say, excuse me, what do you guys think of this story about Cole saying that he was noticeably absent from the Grammy red carpet after he was last seen at the Golden Globes, that he had his little awkward interaction with Jennifer Lopez, and they trying to say that she may have had something to do with him getting fired. But I don't know. I don't think it was just her, because I feel like it was just her situation. It would have been kind of glossed over, because it felt like maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe it was some shade thrown. I really feel it's the latter. But with all the other emails from his past coming out in the main articles like People magazine and all the mainstream places, I think Variety did a story on it. When they started talking about it, I think that may have had the decision of being like, nah, we don't want him on the red carpet because it's a little too soon, especially after all that stuff started coming out, and they don't want to draw attention to the mess. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. More morons in the damn chat. And did. I don't know her. Yeah, and y'all be acting like that being zesty is a read. First of all, you have no picture. Your mother should have swallowed, and you're half retarded. So like, okay, Anne, you said Costco will have them next week for. Wait, what are they gonna have? Oh, you talking about the camera thing? What he meant to say is if you have, yeah. Because I'm like, what? Who said something like that? If you have to ask, you can't afford it. I'm like, but if you're trying to get paid, how do I know what to pay you if you don't tell me how much to pay you? Huh? I'm confused. Oh, so he got a black daddy. If Brendan Fraser can get a, don't you throw shade at Brendan Fraser? Can act. I mean, what he went for? Playing a fat person? Okay. So anyway, now speaking of Oscars, let's talk about Halle Berry. So Halle Berry, as you know, won an Oscar for having a racist make her feel good, through hunching in a movie called Monsters Ball with Billy Bob Thornton. And Diddy was her baby daddy. So who didn't get executed in that movie. He was on death row or something like that. But anyway, so she did Monsters Ball. And a lot of people think that because, ain't nobody windmilling hard for an Oscar as much as Timothée Chalamet is at this point. But we have somebody who actually has an Academy Award, and what she said is that post her winning the Oscar is not all that is cracked up to be, because she said at the end of the day, I woke up the next morning black and I still had to fight for roles. So Berry recently sat down with The Cut for a profile ahead of the release of her new thriller, Crime 101, which I'm actually looking forward to seeing, because she's in it. Mark Ruffalo is in it. So, let me also dispel this rumor. So there's rumors going around that Mark Ruffalo has been fired from Disney as the Hulk. He has not been fired. There's no reports of it. He even did an interview recently for this movie that he's in, and was like, as far as he's like, no, I'm filming more stuff with them, and so I think he's gonna be in Secret Wars. He's in Spider-Man, brand new day, I think is the name. He's in the new Spider-Man movie. He's still with the MCU. Disney has not fired him because of his comments on ICE. So I don't know who's been telling these lies, besides the lies. So there's that. And also Chris Hemsworth, another member of the MCU, who's going to be in this movie. So I'm actually looking forward to it, because I think it comes out next week. So I'm actually going to go see this when it comes out in the theater. So anyway, she did an interview and revealed that she once advised Cynthia Erivo not to place any real weight on winning an Oscar. Now, Erivo has been nominated twice for Best Actress, one for playing Harriet Tubman in Harriet, and playing Elphaba in Wicked, while Berry made history as the first Black woman to win an Oscar for Best Actress with her performance in Monsters Ball. She remains the only Black winner in that category to this day. Saying, quote, the Oscars didn't necessarily change the course of my career. This is what she told the publication. After I won it, I thought there was going to be like a scripts truck showing up outside my front door. While I was wildly proud of it, I was still Black that next morning. Directors were still saying, if we put a Black woman in this role, what does that mean for the whole story? Do I have to cast a Black man? Then it's a Black movie. Black movies don't sell overseas. They're still going around with this shit. Y'all still running around with that narrative, because, and this is why I keep telling y'all that, in Hollywood, they continue to try to push this narrative that, okay, if we have a Black person, they have to have a white love interest. We can't have too many Black people in a movie, because then it becomes a Black film. And it's like, huh? No, if you want a Black film will be something written, produced, directed, tap dance by, everything by Tyler Perry. Now, that's a full-fledged, if you have nothing but Black people in the movie, that's a Black movie. You can mix it up and have different races. It doesn't turn it into a specific film for a specific, these damn people, I cannot. The stupidity of people's bigotry that exists and the way they think in this industry, I just shake my head at the foolishness. And Black movies do sell overseas. So I don't know where they're getting that from, because if it wasn't the case, Black Panther wouldn't have grossed $1 billion. Black Panther 2 wouldn't have made over almost $800 million worldwide. Sinners wouldn't have made the money that it made. So many other movies that came before those wouldn't be as successful. Will Smith wouldn't be able to be the global superstar he is today if Black movies didn't open overseas. Yet this is still the narrative they continue to put out there every time something different is on the thing. That's also, I believe, why we never got the Jinx spinoff. Because remember, once upon a time, Halle was supposed to get her own James Bond-esque type movie, where Jinx was supposed to get her own solo film, and they felt she couldn't open a movie. I do believe that she was one of those Black artists that was able to cross over into the bigger markets. It's just that the industry wasn't really pushing for her to be that girl. But I don't know, maybe if it could have been also her fault, because I feel like but I don't know. I can't put myself in the shoes of like a Black woman in Hollywood. So I don't know if I would think that with her being as popular and as A-list as she was, because I don't think that she's still in the A-list, but she's not doing as many big movies as she once did. She pops up every now and again. But I don't know if she holds the same cachet as she did back then. But if she was back in the day, I feel like with her amount of cachet and influence, she could have pushed for Hollywood and the money and get more into her producer bag. Maybe that's what she should have did. But I guess if she would have known then what she knows now, like now a lot of people know you got to really get in your producer bag. You really got to fight for the roles that you wanna be a part of. So she went and said that that Oscar didn't necessarily change the course of my career. After I won it, I thought it was going to be like a script truck showing up outside my front door while I was proudly part of it. She also said as Erivo's acting career took off years later with its own Oscar nominations, she also told her fellow performer, "You goddamn deserve it, but I don't know that it's going to change your life. It cannot be the validation for what you do, right?" She's often spoken out in disappointment over how her historic Oscar win lacked impact for both her career and the industry at large. She told Marie Claire in 2024 that she's eternally miffed that no Black woman has come behind me for that Best Actress Oscar. That's a fact, because I be feeling like there's been many a times Viola Davis has put some shit out and she should have been nominated for an Oscar. Octavia Spencer is another one who should have been. Wunmi Mosaku, I hate the fact that y'all try to overlook her with Sinners. I mean, I'm glad that she got a Best Supporting Actress, but I feel like y'all still playing these little games. And I definitely feel like the Oscars about to play in our face yet again with Sinners the same way y'all did with The Color Purple back in the day. Because if I'm not mistaken, The Color Purple was nominated for 8 awards and didn't walk away with any. So I feel like y'all going to play in our face again. Or the only time y'all going to give this movie flowers will probably be for like cinematography or whatever the case is. I don't think Best Song is going to win. I think it might go to K-pop Demon Hunters because that song is way popular. I mean, I like the music in Sinners, but to me, K-pop Demon Hunters is the one that deserves that Oscar because it's a popular song. And I know the Oscar is not about popularity, but it's a hot song and you can't deny it. So, she told Marie Claire in 2024 that she's eternally miffed. And she said, "It's certainly not because there's been nobody deserving. In fact, Michelle Yeoh for Everything Everywhere All at Once is the only other woman of color to win the Best Actress Oscar." Now, speaking of Variety in 2020, Berry cited Erivo in Harriet and Ruth Negga in Loving as Oscar-worthy performances by Black women. She later added Andra Day in the United States versus Billie Holiday, and like I mentioned earlier, Viola Davis and Ma Rainey's Black Bottom to the list. Wasn't Chadwick Boseman in that movie too? They said, "I thought there were women who rightfully, arguably could have, should have, I hope they would have, but why it hasn't gone that way. I don't have the answer," she told Variety at the time, noting that her win remains one of the biggest heartbreaks as it never opened up a door to more Black women at the Oscars. The morning after, I thought, wow, I was chosen to open a door. And then to have no one, I questioned, was that an important moment or was it just as important moment for me? Berry said, "I wanted to believe it was so much bigger than me. It felt so much bigger than me, mainly because I knew others should have been there before me and they weren't. Just because I won an award doesn't mean that magically the next day there was a place for me. I was just continuing to forge my way out of no way." And yeah, a lot of times when you got those blinders on, you just like trying to go full speed ahead and just trying to keep your head above water and still get those careers. I mean, keep your career going. But yeah, it's just like you would think that, and that's what I was saying about Bad Bunny at the Grammys. It's like you think that you've hit that glass ceiling, you shattered the glass ceiling, and now we can have more opportunities for those people behind me to come through and carry the torch that I basically been holding for a long time. Now I'm gonna pass the torch, and now you take it. And then you have these gatekeepers who think, "Oh look, we're they want to pat themselves on the back, like, see, we're not racist. We're not this. We're not that. So we're going to give all the accolades this one year. The next year, we go back to the same shit because we already did our big one for the year." That's what always gives me with a lot of these award shows. And this is why I always say, like, this is why people of color need to stop trying to seek validation in the Grammys and the Oscars and all these major award shows because we want to be seen as equal. But if they're not going to see it for us, like we've always done as people of color, we create our own. And y'all can have that stuff over there. You can have the thing that you built. We'll go over here and we'll create our own version of the Oscars and see how well y'all do without us because Black people are the backbone of this country. Black people built slaves, if we want to be clear, built this country. Immigrants helped, but for the most part, the backbone of this country was built on the back of slaves, on the backs, plural, of slaves. So, I totally get it. I understand why she's like, yeah, while I'm glad and I'm grateful for the award, there's still a bit of cynicism there because it's like, yeah, I didn't see any change. I didn't see that the fact that y'all try to make it seem like we progressed. But if you look at it, this world of Hollywood that everybody wants to call liberal, very much conservative. So these people that like to run around with these because they don't follow the same ideologies or whatever as these people over there. No, it's very liberal with the way that they present themselves. And the racism is very telling. So shout out to you, Halle, and shout out to you, Cynthia. Apparently you're not going, you were pretty much overlooked regarding the whole Oscar thing because she wasn't even nominated for any, for Wicked. They weren't looking at with Ariana either, because I think that they were trying to look at Ariana as probably getting a nomination because she has, from what I heard, she has more screen time in this than she did in the previous. So, but yeah, she was overlooked too. But we ain't talking about Ariana. Well, I mean, she do like to spray paint herself like she a black woman, but we got to come over to the actual black woman, Cynthia Erivo. So I want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding what Halle Berry had to say? Because I'm just like, yeah, let's not put too much. I mean, I'm grateful for winning the award, but it's not the end all be all of my existence. It's unfortunate that we haven't seen a successor come after that. But if, like I said before, if Hollywood's not going to see it for black women winning Oscars in the Best Actress category post Halle Berry winning it in Monsters Ball, then put more into the NAACP Image Awards and some of the other award shows and other black presenting award shows that literally go above and beyond for the community. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I think Murray says she was grateful in that movie. I mean, Hillary Swank won twice a few years after Halle, but look at Hillary's career. Well, it's non-existent. I mean, she going out here fighting people who she thinking was taking her picture. Like, girl, we ain't taking your damn picture. I don't even know who the fuck you are. And he said Zellweger has two and probably had to fight for that second one as much as anyone. Yeah, but we're talking about it's different. Those are white women you're mentioning. Is it probably due to? I mean, look, that's kind of been my complaint too. It's like, look at the role you played, and it's kind of like it starts the argument of when black women are up for roles. Why is it that the ones that they win are the black stereotype? Halle Berry up in here playing like some messy, single mother, man in jail. Didn't the son die? She had a big old obese child. He died, looked like the boy version of Precious. And then she was beating on that child in the film. Then you out here getting your back blown out by a damn racist corrections officer. And so you playing all that. And look, that's the same argument that people saying about Tiana Taylor. Y'all know I love me some Tiana Taylor. Call them down. But the role that she played in one battle after another black woman stereotype. So it kind of makes you look at it as that Anne's got a point. It could be due to the role that she played in order to get, the Oscar. They only want to reward black people when they play the worst of the worst. Look at Monique, the role she played in Precious. Speaking of which, she won an Oscar for that. So it's like we see, people are starting to see it. But it's like, yeah, Viola Davis playing in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, that was a complex role. She should have won for that. But because she ain't playing a black stereotype, they wasn't going to give it to her. When you got the movie Loving, which wasn't that about interracial relationships and that law that passed? Mitch McConnell, and he married to a woman of color? Or Clarence Thomas. Speaking of Mitch McConnell, ain't he in jail? I mean, the hospital with flu-like symptoms. They say, I think nowadays the nomination is almost more important as the win because your work is getting recognition and notoriety. Yeah, because even if you don't win, I mean, you still part of the academy, you could vote. So there's that. All right, y'all. So let's get back into the show. Let's start talking more celebrity gossip and news and all those things. And let's talk about Sherri Shepherd. So while we were doing the show 2 days ago, because I wasn't able to do a show yesterday, we broke the news during the live that Kelly Clarkson has stepped down from doing her talk show, and that's because her husband, her ex-husband, Brandon Blackstock, or is it Blackstock? Anyway, Brandon passed away. I think he had the big C. And she basically wanted to prioritize time with her children because technically now she's a single mother. So she doesn't have that structure where she could be, it takes a village to raise a child type situation. And her being in New York shooting her show, and I don't know if her kids are living in New York with her or if they're over on the West Coast, because you know how some people are. It's like my kids already have a foundation. They already have their friends. They have all those stuff that we built out. And I told her I ran it back when she was with Brandon. When I used to work at the Westfield Mall in Century City, I ran into Kelly Clarkson and her husband and the kids, and I don't know who the other woman she was with. I don't know if it was a family member or it was a nanny, but that was like during happier time. This was like maybe 5-6 years ago when I lived in LA, and I don't know. It's like, when you have like your kids and everything and you've built their world and stuff out there, you don't want to rip them away from that and be like, oh, look, I got a new job. So now I got to move to the East Coast. So I don't know what the living situation is. But she announced that she's leaving the daytime talk show after it's been reported for the past couple of months. I think almost a year there was rumors floating. Even before this season, there was rumors going around that Kelly Clarkson's show might be on the top of that she wasn't coming back, whatever. But then it kept proceeding to go on and on and on and on and on. Now we got the official announcement. So now another show that ended up getting the chop was Sherri Shepherd. And Loni Love basically had to get on the social media and throw a little shade at Debmar Mercury and all of them because they were like, well, wait a minute. So how Kelly Clarkson get to come out and do a whole citation? She got to put out a whole letter, post everything, talking about why she was leaving her show. But Sherri Shepherd, we found out she was canceled from the blogs. So Sherri's longtime friend and former co-host of The Real Loni Love has come to the comedian defense and talk show. Comes to the comedian and talk show hostess defense amid the cancellation of her self-titled daytime series. One day after the Sherri show was canceled after 4 seasons in syndication, Love criticized production company Debmar Mercury for announcing the series end in a joint statement without Shepherd. And I do have her tweet. Hold on, let me pull it up for y'all. I was like, where's that? Okay, I got it. So yeah, so she said the following. Sherri should have been given the courtesy of announcing her show's end instead of an article announcing it. Just like Kelly got to announce her show's end. It's not like The Real, which was a panel show, but this was a solo hosted show. Or the production company could have at least made a joint statement as a producer and host. Seeing canceled stamped all over your picture is depressing, especially when the show was having good ratings. Only onward and upward from this. Onward and upward. When didn't they say that in what's that movie? You Got a Friend to Me, Toy Story. I don't know why I was thinking about Toy Story. But yeah, she should have been, honestly, I do agree with that. Like, she should have been given the opportunity to announce the cancellation of her show. But then again, you know what some people gonna say? Because I know how shady y'all are. Let me take this out because I gotta give the full effect of it. It's funny when you forget. Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna fit. Remember how they said how she did Wendy Williams and them? How you basically just took her show or whatever. Look, that's Wendy for. Wendy should have brought her ass to work when she was going through whatever she was going through. So you can't necessarily blame Sherri for that. But that's what I said. I see how shady y'all be. So let's just play with it. So yeah, maybe some of y'all would say this is her karma. But on Monday, Bernstein and Marcus and what's his name? Because I do have their names up in here. Yeah, it's Mort Marcus, sorry, and Ira Bernstein released a joint statement regarding the end of Sherri, in which they said this decision was driven by the evolving daytime television landscape and does not reflect on the strength of the show. Its production, which has found strong creative momentum this season, or the incredibly talented Sherri Shepherd. We believe in this show and in Sherri and intended to explore alternatives for it on other platforms. Now, production on season 4 will continue as planned ahead of the show's final episodes airing in syndication sometime this fall. Shepherd, who previously served as a co-host on The View from 2007 to 14, has yet to comment. Oh wait, I actually do have her comment, by the way, and we'll get to that. But yeah, so Wendy, as you know, she debuted in 2022 in September as a replacement for the iconic Wendy Williams show, which went off the air amid its most heavily publicized health challenges. So, look, shout out to Sherri Shepherd. She has worked so hard to get the career that she has. She's always wanted to be a talk show host. That's another thing that's always been a dream of mine. So I can definitely know what it feels like to when you work hard to get to your dream and your dream becomes a reality. But to be honest, was y'all really out here watching the Sherri Shepherd show? The only one I know that was watching the Sherri Shepherd show, because when I talk to my mother, she tells me she watches her show, but I doubt that she's sitting there actually watching it. She probably got the TV on in her phone, whatever the case is, and it's just on in the background. And I think that's what's happening now with a lot of these daytime talk shows. Daytime talk shows are not what they used to be. To be honest, because I'm looking at all the numbers I got in here as I'm talking about this right now. The YouTube is the place to be when it comes to people wanting to come on here and get their celebrity news and pop culture stories or whatever the case is. They're not watching it on these shows like the Drew Barrymores and the Screaming for Hudsons, which word on the curb is those two shows are next. So while we're talking about Kelly Clarkson got the opportunity to announce her departure, I do think it's kind of shady that they didn't have the balls to let Sherri know, that let her make the announcement, which she finally actually got to address it. And I have the comments in a second, but I just want to get my thing out before I get to what she had to say. A lot of people come to us to get the celebrity news and gossip because we're the ones who's unfiltered. We're gonna come and give it. Well, for me, I'll speak for myself. I come with the facts. I come with the report on what it is, and I give my opinion. I try to give an unfiltered, not only an unfiltered, but an unbiased opinion based off of what information that I have in front of me. I'm not going to just come up here and just start spewing hot air because I would think that the reason why y'all keep coming back to watch my show is because you trust in what I'm saying. And you got a mind of your own where you could think and not always agree with everything I say. I know a lot of times my delivery could be a little crazy, but I try to give you, I'm like, WWWD. What would Wendy do? Because that's my mentor in my head. And so, one of the things about Sherri's show was what it was, but I was never really a big fan of Sherri because I don't like her type of comedy. I've never been a really big fan of what she does. Me, I'm like I said, Wendy Williams was more or less my speed, and I just feel like a lot of times the way that these shows are now, people don't really watch those. Like the old talk show format is just dry. It's not interesting. It's not entertaining. The people that they're giving shows to, they want them to be safe for middle America. And I don't even think those middle American moms want a little spice too. They're not even really watching these shows. So they said the ratings was doing good, but so why would they cancel a show that's doing relatively well? Maybe it's just the fact that the TV landscape has changed so much. And like I keep saying, YouTube is the future because everybody's on the channel now. You see Don Lemon and Joy Reid on YouTube now. Ebro, when they got fired over there at Hot 97, where are they? They on YouTube, thriving with their own show, the Ebro Lauren Rosenberg show. So everybody's jumping over on the YouTube situation. Hey, how y'all doing? Nice enough for y'all to join the club. With us over here, us building our own little situation, brick by brick, step by step, brick by brick, stone by stone. Ooh. Y'all know that song by Whitney Houston? Okay, so now we got the update of Sherri Shepherd. So they said she broke her silence. Here's what she said. So she took to social media to express her gratitude following the support she received amid news that the show was ending, because she do got COVID, in case y'all didn't hear about that. She said, "Wow, I am completely overwhelmed by the outpouring of love from me and the at Sherri Show TV," the Sex Lives of College Girls alum said on Instagram. Sherri also noted that she would address the show's cancellation on her show, but she was taking some time off as she had been diagnosed with COVID. You might have noticed that yesterday and today I was struggling because I wasn't feeling up to speed. Well, it turns out I have COVID. As soon as I feel better and return to the show, I will address all the news that has come out. Until then, I'm truly grateful that Sherri has made such an impact on you. See you soon. So I think at this point, all we have to do is just sit and wait to find out what Sherri has to say in her own words when she pops up on that talk show. But who knows? Maybe Sherri could, if the talk show audience thing doesn't work. I don't know. Do people even care about as an audience and sitting in an audience and clapping to a talk show anymore? I don't know. I just think that old format is just dying off. So I mean, it could be a plethora of things, but yeah. So maybe I was gonna say maybe Sherri could jump over to YouTube and create a show of her own. I don't know what that show is gonna look like, but that's what for something for her to figure out. But look, it's like John Murray left after all that drama that was allegedly going on with them too, and now look, she out of a gig. But in Hollywood, you're only as good as your last gig. She'll bounce back and find something else to do. Maybe she'll come back to acting in sitcoms. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with Loni Love and what she had to say about Sherri? Saying that, yeah, y'all should have at least afforded her the opportunity to announce her own show being canceled instead of producers of a show taking the reins of the situation and doing it for her, being her mouthpiece when y'all didn't need to be doing that. You should just let her do her thing herself. It would have been nicer for her to come out and give her own statement instead of y'all doing it. Because I do think it's a little shady. And I don't want to immediately jump to the race thing, but let me know what y'all think of this story in the comments down below. All right, so we got a lot of comments. Let me jump on up and see what the people are saying. Not sorry, but the bomb rating movie. Look, Quiet as it's kept. A lot of these movies that get nominated for Oscars is boring as fuck. No shade, but shade. Like said, I never got the appeal of Sherri. She was filling in the Screaming for Hudson show had more viral clips than the safe. Yeah, that show was too damn safe. But Screaming for, she used to get on my nerve. First of all, she always talked like she's slow, especially when she be interviewing. She don't listen also, because the most thing you have to realize, the secret to a talk show or being a talk show host is listening. Um, and I still remember to this day the time that Eddie Murphy had to tell her so many times when it came to the whole wedding situation with him, his daughter, and Martin Lawrence's son. Which congratulations, by the way, they're about to be real family because his daughter is pregnant. So shout out to them on that. But yeah, the Screaming for Hudson, I can see it being next. And shout out to her also because she about to do I don't know if it's a tour, but I know like in the summertime she does have Madison Square Garden booked because she and Josh Groban are going to be doing a show together. So yeah, I don't know if y'all heard about that, but they said blame the regime, President Chaos, but he is a chaos demon. They cite the evolving changes in daytime television as a reason why Sherri got sent to the chopping block. But let's be honest, when was the last time? That's what I say. Like, who's really watching Sherri Shepherd show? I don't really know anybody who's really watching. I think probably that a lot of the stuff that's on with these shows is background fodder. And here's the thing: when it comes to television shows or whatever, people don't want cookie cutter. People don't want Disney. People want edgy. People want to hear people cussing. People want to hear people's real, authentic opinions about stuff. That's why shows like mine are successful. People like Make It Make Sense are successful. People like Funky.Neva are successful. People like Kenpire is successful. Yeah, I'm naming my contemporaries. Ain't no shame in my game. People like Make It Make Sense. I don't know if I said his name, but I'm gonna say it again. And Perez Hilton, will say what you want about him, but his show was successful on YouTube too. So this is why we thrive in a lot of these places, because we're willing to give y'all our unfiltered opinions about pop culture. And to be honest, I think also the interview format is tired. Like, you have 5 minutes to interview somebody and nobody cares. Like, nobody cares about your latest project or whatever the case is. Like, it's boring. the old 5-minute interview format. People want to see, like, God, dare I even bring her up? Alex Cooper, like doing those 2-hour interviews with their fave celeb. But I want somebody who's relatively interesting. That's going to be sitting there asking really interesting questions and not just ass kissing. I watched Sherri one time, and it was when a couple of the All-Star 9 queens were on it, along with Kimora Lee Simmons. I didn't even know they was on there. That was a long time ago. You said, I'm laughing so freaking hard at you explaining Monsters Ball. I mean, did I lie though? You said I'm late, but it's sad because it really was a hush. I mean, funny enough, that show was, look, her job, I told you, her studio was right around the corner. Rachel Ray used to shoot next door too of Sherry's show. But that was when Wendy Williams was there, because they are in the same studio. Her studio is literally around the corner from my gym. But that gym over in Chelsea, I haven't gone. The only time I go there is on Sundays, because the gym that I go to in Bryant Park is not open on Sundays, which I don't understand why. Maybe because it's less people on the weekends that's over in the area because it's Midtown. But I prefer a light gym where it's like maybe 25%, because then I can really get in a workout. I hate when the gym is packed. Sidebar, speaking of packed, I did notice, look, we already in February, and them people that was up in there, new year, new me bitches. I ain't been seeing them back at the gym. Kind of glad though, because y'all were just in the way. Is that everyone you just named as successful on YouTube got? Everyone you just named as successful on YouTube got fired from a legacy media platform. Social media in general is where journalism is headed, which is concerning. But as long as said journalists who jump over in the YouTube space aren't still trying to project centrist ideologies, like some of the stuff that y'all was over there spewing at CNN or MSNBC, and all, as long as you ain't bringing that shit over to YouTube and you actually are gonna tell people the truth, like real independent media conglomerates like a Sabby Sabs or Crystal Ball or her husband Kyle Kalinske, if you're not gonna come and give me that kind of independent media, then I don't want it. Because sometimes where it's like, depending on what Don Lemon talks about, I usually agree with him. But then when he starts getting, I'm like, now when you're going to start telling lies about Hillary and them, then I got to side eye you a little bit. I was like, no, if you're not going to come in here and tell the truth, sir, then I can't get behind you fully. Or, the Democrats, if you're not really going to go in and let have one, the lack of stuff that they should be doing, then, Child, don't even get me started on these idiots. And you said Breakfast Club could use, yeah, they're on Netflix now. I think the Netflix deal's going to backfire. It might be, because I already, like, when I go on Netflix, they got a lot of they got the podcasts on there already. They got Breakfast Club is up there. Chelsea Handler's show is up there. I looked on there the other day. They changed up the app, I noticed too. So if you want to watch the Breakfast Club, which I don't particularly care for Charlemagne, because I don't watch the Breakfast. Don't even get me started on Jess. He not hilarious. I don't like them. I don't even like that other one that I'm still shocked he's a Virgo. It's got to be the dumbest Virgo on the planet. DJ Envy. I don't like none of them over there. The only one I like is Lauren LaRosa. But sis, you just want to get that straight. One person is not enough for me to sit with all those other people, which is why I watch Ebro's show, because it's way more entertaining. And it's up to my speed, because we all in the same age range, except for Ebro. Ebro's 50. The rest of us are a little younger than that. That's why they call him Old Man Ebro. But you said, I think it's usually on your 5th year that the real big money. Oh, that could be it too. I didn't know that. There was like, yeah, once it hits that 5th year, and maybe I don't know. Was Sherri in syndication? So yeah, it's like once you hit that 5 year, that's probably what it was. They didn't want to have to bump that pay. So it's like, oh yeah, we gotta make budget cuts. Because a lot of these talk shows are hard to do. Talk shows are expensive. If I had the wherewithal, if I wasn't self-financing this show like I am, and and I didn't have to work a regular job and also balance the regular job in live entertainment and do this, I would definitely do you would definitely get a daily show from me. But times is hard on the boulevard. I gotta make that extra coin until these ad people start hitting me up. And we're like, oh, we see how many people you accumulate on your channel. We want to offer you some ads. I mean, not, we want to offer you some sponsorships and things of that nature. Yeah, it was. I agree. That's why I couldn't get into it, because I'm like, she's boring. I know, because everybody, we want positivity. I'm like, please. I'm positive all the time. I just be a little too loose with this mouth. So I know Trump is that he is he's losing. Going to lose. He lost them already. Majority of them, the ones with some damn sense. I love it when I make you take a. Well, look, I gotta sip my imaginary tea. He said, even Sager. Oh, please, don't even remind me of that idiot. I was watching something with him earlier. He said, well, him and Crystal, actually. He said, even Sager said, defund ICE, abolish ICE is extremely popular, and that's something that has left Schumer and Jeffries. Of course, they'll allow it. They ain't doing their job. He said, Sherri is on. Yeah, it's on, but nobody's watching it. So it's like, y'all just, how like sometimes some people just, I guess maybe that's the old school people who still cut themselves to network television. Oh, I just recorded it on the DVR and I just put it on and I just press play, and then I go back to playing my Duolingo or whatever it is that y'all be playing on your iPad or your phone or whatever the case is, while Sherri just yapping in the background. What I say, like, do you think The View is next? But I don't think that. Well, speaking of which, we got The View. That's the next topic coming up. I don't think that would happen with The View. That show's not going to go in. I know as much as a lot of these these red state people would love The View to be canceled. I don't see that ever happening. I think that show will still stay on. I don't think, what's the other show? I don't think Tamron Hall, I don't think those shows will ever be affected. Oh yeah, Hollywood Unlocked too. Say what you want about Jason Lee, and I do. But Hollywood Unlocked ain't going nowhere either. Although he did that read he gave recently where TMZ was interviewing him about Nicki Minaj, I did cackle. He said she's obsessed with a lot of she got a lot of dick on her mind because she always talking about dicks. She called me a sea sucker. She said she called Don a sea sucker. But I did like the fact he was like, we're not here to talk about her because you know how them people over there at TMZ like debate people. I say, exactly. That's why I said, look, and I think the days are over where people want to sit and watch 40-minute shows. I think now we're in an era where people who take the time to really invest in your show and really want to sit and watch you and get to know you, they invest in their time. Because I know, like right now, it's like 3:00 on the West Coast. Right now, parents are probably at home watching this show, cooking, getting, preparing things around the house. You could just leave it on the background while I run my mouth and y'all sit and cackle, like have your little, your wine and your me time or whatever the case is, or you just, sorry if your kids is hearing what I'm saying. But, some people want to get to know the people that they're watching, want to feel like they can relate to them in some sort of way. So I think it's the authenticity. And I don't think you get that from old school TV talk shows. They don't feel like I can relate to you in some sort of way. Sorry, but I never watched Sherri after Wendy was canceled. Tracy got jokes. He said, where the fuck my child support? You steady playing on YouTube when Lil Daquan needs school shoes. Tracy got jokes. Look, my name is not Karamo. I do not have no illegitimate child out there that I don't know about. You said gaslight. I once watched a Good Morning America interview that lasted place. When I see it, I'm like, really? I do it. I will sit and watch it because I'm like, oh yeah, it's short and to the point. But I just be like, what? 3 minutes? They said that was a month ago, and it was 2 cast members from Stranger Things, journalism, free press. That's why I say it's a joke. Like, what kind of questions can you get in 3 minutes? That's some red carpet mess right there. I swear Charlamagne was acting like he was. So I don't even know what side he's standing on. He's weird because one of the things that irritated me was when, and I don't know if y'all saw, but Andrew Schultz just recently went on this, apology tour, and now all of a sudden he woke up over this stuff that's going on with Trump. And Charlamagne just seemed like, I'm like, let him cook. If you're going to go up in there and try to give this little fake apology that I wasn't buying, because you contributed to the mess. Y'all don't get to just start the fire, fan the flame, and when the fire becomes a brush fire and literally gets out of control that we can't put it out, then you're going to be like, oops, my bad. No, sir. You're going to lie, roll all in that pig shit. I don't want to hear it. And then Charlamagne sitting up there trying to act all obtuse. I'm like, I can't stand. And I guess when you do that, that's how you get $200 million deals with Netflix. You mean Screamifer. But that's what we call her on this show. Speaking of which, I did not know, since we talk about Screamifer, I did not know she was also another one that did a tribute to Mariah Carey. This is why I said y'all done messed up the thing with Mariah. Bad enough we had Kesha, and we had Billy Porter, looking like Lord Farquaad with that wig on, sitting up there messing up her song. Come on, he was sick. No, that's how you sound, sis. You must have been sick a long damn time because your voice been sounding like that for the past couple of years. And Screamifer up there. Now, y'all know Mariah does a whistle note, right? This bitch up there literally whistling in the microphone. No, it's a whistle note. If you wanted somebody to do a whistle note that could rival Mariah, you could have got Shantae Moore on the damn song. You got Screamifer, for one's not screaming, whistling in the damn microphone as a whistle note. I swear that girl's slow. She another Virgo. Y'all started to disappoint me. Virgos, we supposed to be highly intelligent. Now I got two so far mentioned that just dumb as a box of rocks. You definitely don't even get me started on that child. Can't stand him. But I will say this. Speaking of late night talk shows, I love the fact that Jimmy Kimmel, because after everything that happened with him and the president and everything, and how he almost lost his gig, and then because people fought hard to get him back, I do like the fact that he's using his show to really stick it to this administration, even by having Don Lemon on. So I was like, okay, good for you. He said, but I want to watch a 40-minute interview of someone I find interesting. Agreed. A 43-minute interview with Anthony Fontenot and a 26-minute Ross Ulbricht interview from his time in prison. As I said, it depends on who it is, because I don't be sitting there watching interviews like I used to. I will say it depends on who the artist is. Or you can make it interesting, like Hot Ones. Like, I like Hot Ones where it's like, okay, we're going to interview a celebrity, but they got to eat hot wings. That really disarms a person. Because I don't really like spicy food, but did you see that Don Lemon went on Jimmy Fallon? Two fools combining to look the fool in front of everybody. Why would you go on Jimmy Fallon? Because Jimmy Fallon's not. Oh, you said, yeah, I just said that. He went on Jimmy Kimmel. I saw a little bit of the interview. Not Jimmy Fallon, Herman. I saw a little bit of the interview. I forgot somebody. Oh, I saw the clip when they played it on Ebro Rosenberg. Ebro Lauren Rosenberg played the clip of Don Lemon being interviewed. Yeah, I heard about the whole Wu-Tang situation. RZA owed somebody some money. And he said, Kimmel, my dad. Okay. Let's get back into the show, y'all. Since we was talking about daytime talk show, let's get into some reality TV news. Because apparently word on the curve is Mob Wives is coming back to our TV screens with none other than Renee Graziano. She's the only one she announced it, that she's making a comeback to reviving the show. And so we'll also mention whether or not Drita DeVanzo, who y'all know is about to appear on season 3 of House of Villains. Is it season 3 or season 4? I don't know. I have to check my notes. But the upcoming season, we'll just say that to be on the safe side it's season 3. I just looked. Drita DeVanzo, well, I'll let you know whether or not she's going to be returning. But let's get into the story. So shout out to Reality T, among others, because I think Deadline had this story too. But another legendary reality show could be getting the reboot treatment. The word on the street is that the creators behind the hit show Mob Wives are looking to revive the show 10 years after its conclusion on VH1. According to a report, Renee Graziano is ready to bust out of her fur coat and return to the spotlight, but one of her former co-stars has already sworn off the idea. So TMZ got all the details on this Mob Wives reboot. Renee's sister, Jennifer Graziano, will return to executive produce the show, and they're hoping production will start later this year. They're still shopping around networks, but the wheels are definitely turning here. Supposedly, talks of this reboot have been fueled by the mob wife aesthetic trend on social media. Where have I been? Because I didn't even know there was a whole mob wife aesthetic thing going on that was trending. So I guess people are interested in the whole gangster wife situation. If this Mob Wives revival comes to fruition, Renee will definitely be the leading lady, but the rest of the lineup is unconfirmed. There's a possibility that some of the original cast members could make cameo appearance. You think Karen gonna come back? I don't know if Karen would return. At the moment, all of those details are still up in the air. Now, meanwhile, one original cast member has already made it extremely clear that she won't be participating, which I'm disappointed about because the only reason why I would have been watching the show is if Drita was coming back. But Drita DeVanzo says she is not coming back. She has no interest in doing the show and said that she's focused on other projects like her appearance on the upcoming third season of House of Villains and a soon to be announced scripted series. So she's got a scripted series going on. As I know, back in 2011 is when the show premiered with Renee, Drita, Carla Facciolo, and Karen Gravano as its main cast. The show ran for 6 seasons and spawned 3 spinoffs, including 2 big Ange shows and painfully short-lived Mob Wives Chicago. So they've tried to spin off the show. It just didn't have that same vibe. I just guess Staten Island girls are just built different. So that's probably why the show was successful the way it was. And here's the thing. I was a Mob Wives fiend. I used to love that show. I used to love the fights and everything that was going on there. Remember when she called Drita a cunt? And they was up in there fighting? And what was it? Oh, it was her and Karen. And then Renee was trying to get in and break it up, and she got tangled up all in the mix. And you saw her little girdle and everything. It was a mess. But I used to love that show because of the fights. And of course, Big Ange, may she rest in peace. She was like just a great aspect to the coach because she was so silly. She was funny and she was entertaining. And I used to like the show. But here's the question. Because while we have long in the tooth shows that have just announced that they've been canceled, like it was just announced that Basketball Wives, speaking of wives, won't be returning for another season. And I'm like, thank God, because that show was long in the tooth. They should have canceled that eons ago. I saw a commentator, Tyreek, can't remember his full handle. Forgive me. He's a big old, New York City butch queen. Live for him and his TikToks and all those other stuff because he's hilarious. But he goes by his name is Tyreek. But he was announcing that Basketball Wives was, I mean, not Basketball Wives. He was announcing that Love and Hip Hop was canceled. I'm like looking it up and I didn't see that information was coming out. So I don't think Love and Hip Hop was canceled. It needs to be because that show's been on for far too long. Y'all recycling the same storylines. It's the same tired ass people on there. And I understand Rashida, this is the only place she goes to get a check. But at this point, we don't care about her and Kurt. I don't care about Carly Red. I don't care about them same tired ass people y'all got down in Atlanta on this show. And it seems like that it's just tired. And that whole situation on these shows, the Basketball Wives and the Love and Hip Hops and all this stuff, it's a little long in the tooth. And also, I was saying the same thing about the Bravo shows. These Real Housewives, some of these shows need to get the chop too. Because I feel like a lot of these shows have been on for far too long. It's the same old tired-ass storyline, same old-ass broads doing the same old-ass shit. And I'm just like, it's time to just move on to evolving these shows. But since it ain't up to me on whether or not Mob Wives get made, because they did say that they're shopping it around, I guess they're going to find some girls to put it all together and have Karen, Renee, who you see in the center. That's Renee, and then the one next to her with the reddish hair, that's Drita with the jacket and the white top. In case anybody don't know who is who. We have people who probably came up before Mob Wives that don't know who any of these broads are. But let me tell you something. If you want to see real bunch of broads from Staten Island throwing them bows and fighting like dudes, oh, this was definitely the show. I get to love the show. And if you want to watch old episodes of My Wives, it's on Paramount Plus. So if you have it, you could definitely give it a binge. I was even thinking about rewatching it. I was thinking also another show I was thinking about rewatching since we're about to get the docu-series on it is America's Next Top Model. which they got all the seasons on Hulu. So, when I be in my nostalgia bag, instead of me running back and rewatching old episodes of Drag Race until I'm just sick of watching, because that's what I've been doing. Now I'm up to All Stars 3 again. So, I don't know. I mean, it all depends on. I got to see a trailer, but I kind of feel like I've outgrown this franchise. I don't feel like the show still has that much momentum. Oh, like I care enough. I just probably got to see a trailer and see if it's entertaining. But just watching a bunch of women fighting and pulling each other's hair, I don't know if I feel like I've outgrown that style of watch of TV. That's why also, like I told y'all before, I haven't really been watching um The Real Housewives. Like normally, I have yet to watch this season of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. I haven't seen it yet. I've been catching up on the Traders, but which they have some housewives on. But yeah, I haven't really watched the Housewives, and I've watched every season of the Housewives of Beverly Hills. But I'm starting to feel like as I get older, I'm starting to outgrow that style of entertainment. So I don't know if there's still an audience for that. I mean, I get the nostalgia of it all, and I guess that this thing that they're talking about that's trending on social media may spark some interest, but I kind of feel like that ship has sailed for my wise unless y'all could come up with a good stories for the show and find a network to show it. But I feel like Budweiser will probably thrive at this point on a streaming service versus it being on a network like a VH1 or whatever. I say put it on Paramount Plus. Maybe they could use some ratings over there on that damn streaming service. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you looking forward to the fact that we're getting a Mobwise revival? And would you be interested in wanting to check out a Mobwise revival? And who do you think in this day and age would be a good to add to this show? I don't know any of these. Well, I didn't quite as I didn't know any of the bros that when it was on the first time around. Who do you think would be entertaining enough to be on this show? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh yeah, I did see that. I have that in my queue. I never got around to watching it though, but I did add it to like something to watch a while back. Ross Ulbricht deserves to be in jail. He was running a drug pen online. I'm not here for street thugs being street drugs being sold online. Yes, rest in peace, Big Ange. Yes, she does. She loves the homosexuals. When I get back, I'm gonna watch Schitt's Creek. Catherine was made for the parody of Chris. Well, yeah, funny enough, I've never even watched Schitt's Creek. I just never thought it was a show for me. I mean, I would see the memes and see little clips online, but I never watched that show. Maybe I'll give it a gander. All right, y'all. So now we got more daytime TV news. Let's talk about The View. So I'm sure y'all probably already know, or maybe you don't because you don't watch the show, but their conservative co-host, Alyssa Farah Griffin, who once upon a time worked for Trump's first administration, is big and pregnant. Yesterday, they gave her baby shower. Her husband was on the show and all that stuff. I didn't really see the episode because I didn't care. I will say this. I did watch Monday's episode. They had James Tallarico on there. I didn't watch the interview because I didn't care. I'm not in Texas. I'm not voting for him. So I don't have a say in the politics that's going on over there on how to vote because I don't live in Texas. So good luck to you, sir, and Jasmine Crockett, because she's another one that's running for the Senate seat. But what was I gonna say? Oh, so I did watch the Hot Topics because they were talking about the Grammys and Bad Bunny and all that stuff because I want to hear what they had to say in regards to that. So that's the only reason why I watched the thing. And then I found out when I was looking in the thing on my Hulu that it had her baby shower. I was like, okay, I don't care. Like birthday episodes and the baby showers, I'm just like, I just so don't care. But they had a husband and everything on it, and I saw that there was a clip of her and her husband at the Hot Topics table while she big and pregnant. It was on Twitter. I would play it here, or it was, her, I don't know. They were some of her dearest and family and friends showering her. Her husband's name is Justin, by the way, if y'all care. But anyway, so with her going to be taking a break soon, let me get to the point. We have some conservative co-hosts that's going to be sitting at the Hot Topics table and covering for her while she takes her maternity leave. So, according to Deadline, Elizabeth Hasselbeck and Abby Huntsman, weren't they all fired? Will return to the show with other guest co-hosts, including Amanda Carpenter. There's another person on here that I'm like, what? Amanda Carpenter, Cheryl Underwood. Wait, is Cheryl Underwood? Oh, yeah, Cheryl Underwood is Republican. I totally forgot about that. Cheryl Underwood, which is oxymoron, and Whitney Cummings. Whitney Cummings, she's been kind of irritating me a lot lately with some of the stuff she's been saying online, especially with her and that chill shit she's been saying for Israel. But here was the thing that irritated me. Why the hell I guess they need the ratings. Why the hell do y'all have Savannah Chrisley being on the show? So February 17th is when she's going to be making her appearance. She'll be the first guest co-host. So I guess starting next week is when that'll be Alyssa's final week before she goes on maternity leave. And according to Deadline, executive producer to be specific, Brian Teta is revealing this news. Now, he also said that the selections were all about a different point of view at the table, as well as people who are good at this job or who have the potential to be good at this job. He also said that the choices of different perspectives were not just about politics, but the range of topic areas that the show covers. But wait a minute, as someone who's been in and out, 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the view, what about the plethora of topics? Because all y'all do is sit and talk about Donald damn Trump all day. But rightfully so. He bombards us with so much BS and so much stuff going on in his administration that it's hard to talk about other topics besides that. So they'll do that, and then they'll talk relationship stuff that they got on some Reddit forum or whatever the case is, and they'll talk about that or anything going on with celebrities. But we'll be trying to tread lightly on that because she is of the A-list, and these are her peers, so she don't really engage as much in the big celebrity stuff. But let's also be clear. It's funny, you say, oh, we want to pick people with big different perspectives and a range of different topics and stuff. You also are doing it because y'all want the ratings. You want to be controversial. So having a Savannah Chrisley on the show or bringing Elizabeth Hasselbeck back, who was over there tap dancing for Fox News with their propaganda for as long as she's been doing. I don't know necessarily what Abby Huntsman's been doing because I really don't. I don't know if she's over there at Fox News or not or whatever the case is. But Abby Huntsman's been out here doing what she does, and I don't know what that is, but she's been doing something. So having her on, I guess maybe that's kind of controversial. I don't think that's really controversial. So, Chrisley, as y'all know, spoke at the 2024 Republican National Convention, alleging that her parents, that big old femme queen, Todd Chrisley, and his beard, Julie Chrisley, were persecuted by the justice system when they were convicted in 2022. Well, your parents committed fraud and tax evasion. So how were they persecuted? By the justice system. Your parents did white collar crimes. You need to be locked up because y'all wanted to live this lavish life. And of course, one of the biggest criminals in the White House decided to pardon him. So Griffin is expected to have her final show before her leave. That I'll tell you on February 13th. So I said she got another week, and then they're going to bring Savannah on. Now the show threw, as I said, a baby shower, and that was like on yesterday's episode. Now Tedda said last week marked the second most watched week of The View in 5 years after the week of the 2024 presidential election. Last week's guests included Pennsylvania Governor and Zionist Josh Shapiro, but a jam-packed and ever-changing news cycle, the show is really having a moment. Because even though these ladies don't know what the hell they talk about in regards to politics, and they're just told whatever, they just regurgitate whatever they're told to be, spoon-fed from cue cards and what they're being chirped by in their ear from their producers. They're just only going to speak on whatever that is in that moment. And people want to hear their opinion on the craziness that's going on with this current administration. So, good for you, I guess. I don't know if I'll be watching. It depends on if there's some big crazy moment at the Hot Topics table. Maybe I'll, and it goes viral on social media. Maybe I'll just be like, okay, let me run over to Hulu and see what the hell's going on. But I'm still wondering, why don't they just have Ana Navarro sit in? I mean, she is the other voice. She is the other Republican. But I guess maybe because she's busy, she's, you know, she does CNN, she does all the other things, and she's got a lot going on. Maybe she don't have the time. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding, yes, Alyssa about to go on maternity leave, and they're about to bring in a lot of different conservative voices, which should be relatively interesting. We'll see if, you know, those numbers go up, or they be like, don't bring this broad back on. I'm actually surprised y'all didn't ask Marjorie Taylor Greene as much as y'all try to blow so much smoke up her ass like she a changed woman. Why didn't you ask her to fill in? She loved being on that show, and y'all like trying to convince us that she's a changed person when she another one like Andrew Scholes that contributed to the BS. Now, because y'all see the ship about to sink like the Titanic, y'all want to jump off on that little small boat and get away from the situation. When y'all fan the flames of the big old fire, the brush fire that's currently burning the rest of this country up. Period. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Who said voter ID is crazy? Another damn clown in the comments. He said, I outgrew the Housewives a long time ago when Nene left Atlanta. Yeah. After Nene left, I stopped watching the Real Housewives of Atlanta. It hasn't been the same. I was thinking I could watch a TV show in a language I'm trying to learn and binge watch it that way. That would be interesting. For me, Ross Ulbricht is so interesting. He became the dark web's El Chapo and got away with it for a long time, only to get pardoned for being said El Chapo. Sorry, not sorry. I'm glad he look like all kinds of people out here getting pardoned. Maybe he was camera shy, but Alyssa's baby daddy seemed a little. Well, goddamn, maybe I should have looked at the video. Because I was like, damn, I closed it. Hold on. Now I got to go and look it up again because I do have the video. You said he looks a little limp wristed. Yeah, let's all watch it together. Because I was like, wait a minute now. I got the video courtesy of the Twitter. Hold on. Now you're saying he looks a little limp wristed. Because I had to look it up real quick. Hold on. Right. Hold on. I told you I had it. Let's play her real quick.
Joined now by another
Ooh,
Alyssa's baby shower. Please welcome Alyssa's husband, Justin. So, Justin, TikTok, it's on its way. How you doing? What'd you do?
He knows what he did. Not, you're
Yes.
We're so excited.
Ready as you can be. We're so excited. You know, honored to be able to start a family after the journey it's been. So we're ready.
Think of more deserving people, and we love you guys so much, and we can't wait to meet your beautiful baby. And as you can see, we're not the only ones. Take a look.
Hi, Alyssa, it's your mom. I'm so excited about baby boy coming in February. When you were a little girl, you loved playing with dolls.
But each is sailing and
I don't care about these people.
in the world that we work in, where you're checking social media constantly, you want to stay up.
Child, I cannot with you sitting there talking about he looked a little limp wristed. But anyway, okay, y'all, let's get back into the show. And I guess give a congratulations to Zayn because he announced he got a whole new album coming out, which I didn't even know. So look, I was gonna say he gonna rival Harry Styles. But then again, I don't think Harry Styles has anything to worry about because when Zayn put out music, I'm usually disappointed. Like I liked his Mind of Mine album, but then post that record, he's kind of bored me. I don't know what kind of direction you're trying to go in with. Emphasis on the direction. I don't know what type of direction you're trying to go into. But I don't know. I've been kind of disappointed with his stuff. But according to Billboard, they said following a flurry of recent activity for his former One Direction bandmates, Harry Styles and Louis Tomlinson, yeah, they're all putting out a lot of music lately. I think Louis also has a night at Madison Square Garden he's going to be doing sometime in the summer. Zayn is now getting on the action. The 33-year-old has shared news on his upcoming 5th studio album called KONNAKOL. I don't know why I don't want to say cornucopia. Kind of like what's his name? Tyler, the Creator. But anyway, so yeah, it's called KONNAKOL, which is due to drop on April 17th via Mercury Records / Island Records UK. Lead single Die For Me will be released on Friday. Yeah, because I already got the alert that for the music video. And I said, the reminder on YouTube. The LP will be Zayn's first since 2024's Room Under the Stairs, which hit number 15 on the Billboard 200 and number 3 on the UK's official albums chart. Now, in a statement, Zayn has expanded on the album's title, which is a reference to the art of performing percussion syllables vocally and often found in South Indian Carnatic music. Well, here's the thing. I love the fact that he's embracing his South Asian roots, because a lot of y'all probably don't know this, but there's a lot of Indians who are from the UK that are British. And so, remember Jay Sean? Whatever happened to him? I remember at one point he was like the only Indian American singer. I think he was American, or was he British? He was the only Indian I knew that was out here singing R&B music, and he had that down song, and then he just like disappeared. So now, he said, "It's that time again. I've been lucky enough to make a 5th studio album." This is what he said in a press statement. KONNAKOL is in its definition is the act of creating percussive sounds with one's voice, but what it means to me lies somewhere much deeper. It is a sound that holds the reverberation of a time before words existed. He said, "I've always drawn on my heritage for inspiration since I first started making my own music. This album is a development of that understanding, knowing more now than ever who I am, where I come from, and where I intend to go." The album's artwork sees Zayn's face morph with that of a snow leopard, an image that has been first teased at his recent residency at Las Vegas's Park MGM. Now, of course, I do have a photo. I don't know how I feel about this photo, though. That's supposed to be the album cover, and I mean, I don't know. It kind of looks interesting, but I'm kind of having a love-hate relationship with it. So I don't know if I'm entirely sold on the cover yet. Now, as I said, well, look, I did bring it up. His first album, Mind of Mine, came out in 2016, which charted at number 1 on both the US and UK. It was followed by Icarus Falls in 2018, and Nobody Is Listening. Well, clearly that was a fact. Nobody was listening to that record. In 2021, in 2024, he ventured on his debut solo tour and a run of 21 shows in the UK and North America. And Mind of Mine, probably because Mind of Mine took more of like a R&B pop type of approach, which I guess would be expected from a Zayn or like a Justin Bieber or a Justin Timberlake. But I guess with him, he wanted to explore different sounds and didn't want to kind of fall in that category. He wanted to be more expressive creatively than fall in a category of like, who's somebody whose career kind of like had potential but floundered? Nick Jonas. We'll use him as an example. So there was a lot of that, which at one point Nick had to come back with the Jonas Brothers so that way they could make some kind of money. Because, them together is better than being apart. You hear that, Chloe and Halle? So now, as we all know, Harry Styles has his 4th album, Kiss All the Time, Disco Occasionally. I still hate that damn album title. On March 6th, while Tomlinson recently hit the summit of the UK albums chart with How Did I Get It? How did you get here? I don't think it's the same song, but it's at his January 28th residency performance. We gotta get into that one because there was something that came out regarding that. Him and Harry, apparently they said that he made a little shady remark towards Harry Styles, or some people thought it was directed at Harry, because there have been people out here who are complaining that them tickets for Harry Styles' upcoming residency, especially since he's only doing Madison Square Garden in the United States, them ticket prices are crazy. Some people said they go on for as much as $3,000 for floor seats. And they're like, who can afford that? Like, I was going to say I could understand if it was Lady Gaga, which I just looked at the calendar for next month at the Garden, and the price, child, I'm going to be busy. I got 2 days of Gaga, and right after that show is FKA Twigs. So it's going to be a crazy March. But thinking about this whole situation, it's like, well, wait a minute. I don't think Harry Styles is going to have anything crazy like props or, 20 dancers and fire and all this other stuff. I mean, maybe he would have fire and pyro. That would make sense because he's like a rock star. But I think it's just probably going to be him and the band up there and a crazy looking stage that's probably going to be 360 so everybody can get the vibes. But why would you? I don't understand why a Harry Styles of all people, like, I don't think he gives $3,000 a ticket. And look, like I said before, if Bad Bunny could reduce the price and make it affordable for people to come to his residency in Puerto Rico, then I don't understand why a lot of these artists charge so much money for, you know, these shows. I don't think I don't know if they can necessarily blame it on Ticketmaster anymore. So here's what he said on his during his residency. He said, I just want to say a big, big thank you to each and every single one of you for being here with me tonight. You could have been anywhere, but you decided to spend your night with me. Hopefully the ticket prices weren't too high. Just saying. So now, as y'all know, they said Harry is playing 50 shows across the world. Well, actually, they added more, so it's going to be more than 50. Tickets, they said, are going anywhere between £44, which would be $60.80 in American dollars, to £466.24, which would translate to $642.76 American dollars at his London shows, according to the Hollywood Reporter, which has sparked backlash online, with some people saying, I'm sorry, Harry, but this is asinine. I love you, but I cannot justify spending an entire paycheck on 2 concert tickets. Another person said, Harry Styles' ticket prices are disgusting. Everyone should be talking about it because it's soon going to happen to every concert if nothing changes. We need to bring back in-person tickets. What they do? Sometimes you gotta go down to the box office and hope that there's some good seats available. I mean, there's people that do that. But even then, I think they transfer it to because I thought that they give you physical tickets, but somebody actually, when I was working the Knicks game, I had a guest tell me that no, even if you go down to the box office and purchase your tickets, you still get it in digital form. So I thought you got a physical. So I guess the only time you will get a physical ticket is if you go to guest service or you speak with a GER or whatever, or the GERs are trying to move people down because certain seats ain't being sold and the numbers ain't numbering. So I know there's times where GRs will go around and start moving people from like higher up sections and be like, okay, I'm gonna give y'all a couple of tickets and you can go down to the 100s or the floor, whatever. So yeah, that happens sometimes in these situations. But another person said, piss as hell that Harry Styles tickets are going for the same amount as 3 of my bi-weekly paycheck. Oh no, not bi-weekly, child. I don't know what a bi-weekly check look like. Ever since I started work, I mean, no shade to those of you who get paid bi-weekly, but I remember once I got a taste of getting paid weekly when I was in the circus, oh bitch, I ain't never went back. I was like, I actually like getting money every week. I can't do the every 2 weeks thing. I would go nuts because I'm like, I got bills to pay, and you already know when I do my automated payments. So you know, I'll just be letting them take the money out, whatever, because I ain't got time to keep up with all the stuff. Now I'll check my bank statements to make sure that everything is copacetic, but for the most part, I'd rather just do the automated payment. So another disgruntled Styles fan vented, saying, I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous for any artist pre-sale for standard prices. Come on, at Harry_Styles at Ticketmaster. Do better. I can't even fathom that there will be 30 shows in my city, and it's too challenging to even get 2 normal tickets. And the worst part about it is you got to think about how expensive New York City is. So I know people are thinking about other places, but I'm thinking about New York because I'm going to be working a lot of these shows. So when you're coming to New York, it's like, okay, you got the plane ticket, you got to get the hotel. Hotels ain't cheap in New York. Going out to eat is not expensive. The concessions at the Garden is expensive. The drinks are crazy expensive. The tickets, I can only imagine, is expensive. So you really got to like save up and have a good enough amount of money to be able to travel, especially if you're coming from around the world or just domestically. So I caught the shade. Zayn, I do wonder how much your tickets are. But I'm looking forward to hearing your new album. I just hope it doesn't suck. Because, like I said, I've been kind of disappointed with a lot of Zayn's music. I just hope that with this new album and the way you're explaining it and stuff, that when you're talking about the percussion with one's mouth, it kind of reminded me of like, so you're saying like you're gonna be doing beatboxing and stuff like very Timbaland-esque? Like are we gonna be expecting that, or is it gonna be very much like Bjork's Medulla, but a little more urbanized or whatever? I'm trying to figure out what are we going for? Because remember, Bjork did a whole album where it was just people using their mouths to make the music, which I thought was genius. But then she started doing it too much, and I was like, okay, the momentum is wearing off a bit. So, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? You excited for this upcoming album from Zayn? Since we got a lot of One Directioners putting out music this year. And look, everybody got a right to work. Look, there's enough room for everybody. I like Harry and I like Zayn. So I'll be listening to both and I'll be giving my opinions on both. And what did you think about Zayn's shade? Was he being shady towards Harry, or people just, looking for a reason to just cause drama? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Maybe he was camera shy, but Alyssa's baby daddy said, oh yeah, I read that one already. Richard says the view is shit. Lee said Zayn's first album was a 2010s phenomenon through, though his sophomore slump ruined his momentum despite having a huge. Do you think that it would have something to do with the fact that they said that he was dealing with a lot of anxiety and stuff, like a lot of performance anxiety, and that's why he kind of stepped away from the live performances and all that stuff? That may have had something to do with it. Because you said that he had a huge single with Sia. I don't remember what that song sounded like. I might have to start looking back into Zayn's music again. Jay Sean said he was replaced. Oh yeah, I forgot that Jay Sean was with Lil Wayne, and I guess it was like, well, if you're not going to do the thing, if you're not going to play the game in order to become famous or become a success, then I'll find somebody. And if you look at it, Jay Sean and Drake kind of favor each other. That's the web store exclusive version, which houses 22 additional bonus tracks not available anywhere else except a one-time pressing. You said if that album cover is the actual hand-drawn graphite piece, then I like it. If it's Photoshopped, could you? I don't know. It kind of gave me AI. I hope it's not, because he was showing it at his residency. Older people seem to be okay with AI. It's only Gen Z that's afraid of it. Some of us are okay with machines replacing us. The movies are coming. Look, a lot of people run out here saying Skynet is among us. But I'm not that opposed by AI. Like I said, if you use it in a way that's not abusive, like if I want to use it to create if I'm looking for some like a specific thumbnail and it doesn't exist and I can't find the pictures and I just type it in the thing, be like, okay, I need you to create this thing with this celebrity and this headline, and it creates it for me instead of me having to go and scrape together $200 to have somebody make it for me. I gotta pay somebody. Then that's why people are going towards the whole AI thing. I mean, yeah, it's putting people out of business, but look, get with the program. Y'all the shit to get off the pot, because AI is not going anywhere. So either use it or whatever. They said Chloe let me down. I really liked her first handful of singles, but the album was there. Even the collab with not Beige Voldemort. Is that an actual person, or you just call somebody Beige Voldemort? They said I used to work a job where it was semi-monthly. Oh no, not semi-monthly. One of the 15 get paid, and the 22nd, 16 last day of the month. You get paid the 7. That is bad. Like, who can survive on that? Zayn's anxiety is definitely a reason why he stepped away from the limelight and seemingly let Harry be the biggest member of 1D. Frat boy Zayn and frat boy Harry will always be famous. Gen Z is afraid of AI because it decreases one's cognitive ability. People get dumb. Well, yeah, there's that. And I don't like like I said, like people like to abuse things, because they was even saying that with Chat GPT. I have yet to use Chat GPT. But yeah, they say like with ChatGPT, it makes people dumber. Using AI generated art will be a slap in the face to actual artists such as myself. Ooh, Honest is getting mad up in the chat. Anyway, let's get back into the show. Where we going? Okay. Let's talk about Miss Keke Palmer, who is a woman after my own heart. Now, I don't know if this is a Virgo thing or this might be just a people thing. But Keke Palmer recently did, she popped up on the Today, well, they call it Today. I still refer to it as the Today Show, with Jenna Bush Hager and Chanel Jones. I guess that's the new replacement. I thought that big old queen, Justin Sylvester, was going to get the job. But I guess the games is too much for daytime. This is why we over here on YouTube. But anyway, so she sat down with them and they started talking about, because she has a show called The Burbs, which I believe is based on the movie that Tom Hanks starred in back in the day. So yeah, they have a TV show coming out of that called The Burbs. That's about to head to Peacock. So she was on the show promoting it, and Palmer introduced the topic after Hager, I'm not y'all putting people age up in here. Hager was 44 and Jones was 47, discussed what the Today Show described as a new dating trend. It's not new, but okay. In which people discuss important issues, marriage, politics, their interest in having children on a first day. Okay, they're saying their thing is a new dating trend. She said, I think it's actually good. Just get it out of the way, because sometimes you end up talking to somebody and y'all never talk about anything real, any other things that actually show capability life-wise. So then they also ended up getting into this question about, would you want to live with someone who is, if you ever get in a relationship, husband, boyfriend, whatever the case is, would you ever want to live together? So Keke basically went, and here's what she said, because I got the clip. Shout out to the Neighborhood Talk. I was going to play the YouTube video, but I was like, I don't know. NBC Universal gets real funny when you play their videos, and I don't want a copyright strike. So we're just going to use the Neighborhood Talk and get around it.
Pretend we're on a first date. Okay. And I'm like, okay, Keke, do you want the steak? Yeah, okay. Yeah. And so do you want kids?
I could be open, but one thing I need you to know is that I never want to live together.
You're so quick. Should I take it personally?
I like my alone time.
But is that real?
That's real.
Oh, wait, are you speaking as Keke?
Yeah,
right
I'm
now?
speaking as the Keke.
Not the
Okay, girl. I honestly, I just feel like, Whoopi Goldberg said it best once. She was like, I don't want nobody in my house.
Yeah.
Wait. Time out. You're for real right now?
She's for real.
So what about,
married even.
So you're going to live around the corner?
Around the corner would be great.
What about a guest house? Would you let him live in the guest house?
We can be in a guest house. You know what I'm saying? We can be on the same, land, but I'm over there and he's over there.
Yeah.
At best, separate rooms.
Okay.
So what about, you go to the bathroom, you have the 2 toothbrushes?
No, so he can mess my bathroom.
Is that your hot take? So if that's your hot take.
That's one of them.
And that's a hot.
I can't close my mouth.
But think about how fun it would be to be like, I'm going over to my man's house.
Yeah.
Over there.
You know what? It keeps things right.
It's fun and exciting. I want to go sit on his couch.
Pretend we're on a first date.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, Keke, do you want the steak? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And so do you want kids?
Okay, so that was her opinion on that. And in my opinion, I actually agree with her. I don't feel no waist high. But I actually agree with her opinion on that. Like, I don't see what is the issue. I do feel like that is becoming, I guess you can call it a trend, that there are more people living separate than apart. I say if y'all live you get an apartment on the same floor, maybe in the same building. If y'all are homeowners, up the street, around the corner. I don't find nothing wrong with the fact of people living separately. I'm all for it, because I said the same thing. I like my independence. And that's probably why I think in so many ways that I've made the conscious decision of not forming a relationship, because I don't want that whole thing of so we gonna live together. Because my thing was no, I like my privacy. I like the fact of having my own room. I like having my own space, because I don't want you coming up in here and start messing up my stuff. I'm real particular about how I have things. So I wouldn't want with a significant other to us that have to share a place. I know it's an old school thing where you have, generations have had to kind of put up with that because that was considered the norm. But you're starting to see more people doing it. Shirley Rap don't live with her husband. She's been with the senator for what, almost 2 decades or maybe over 2 decades. And they've managed to make it work. And I know a lot of people look at this and be like, well, they got money. They can afford to do it. There's regular people who do not have Keke Palmer money that are in relationships and live separately. I have a friend. I won't tell his business. They've been in a homosexual relationship for about 18 years, not even married, live separately. And they travel, they go to Puerto Rico, they go to all these different places together as a couple, and they hang out. And whenever he does his DJ gigs or whatever the case is, you always see them there, the partner and everything. But they have their separate places. They do their own thing, but they come together when they need to, and they make it work. And they don't have a smidge. And they work at the same job together because that's how they met. Because I used to work with them. So they have their own thing going on, but they live separate, and they make it work. I think I gotta ask the next time I say, how y'all make y'all situation work? Because I just talked about this on the show. But it's like, yeah, people have found a way to make that straight. You don't have to have Keke Palmer money in order to be able to live separate lives. It's like, yeah, we do our own thing, and we value our own space, and we don't need to be up under each other, because there's a lot of that goes in a relationship where people feel like, oh, we need to always cuddle. We always got to be up each other's ass, or my face got to be up your behind like the human centipede. You don't have to live your life like that. It's like, it's like what Pink says in that song, it's like, give me a chance to miss you. So I be wanting to miss the person I'm with. I don't always want to have to be around the person all the time. So I'm not mad at what Keke Palmer had to say, but let's see what some of the people said in the comments over at the Neighborhood Talk. One person said, only people who have lived with a significant other before understand this. I did not enjoy it, not one bit. So look, and at least we could say that, yes, Keke has experienced it, and is from that baby daddy of hers with the drama she was going through and probably in other relationships. She's like, nah, I'm good. I like my peace. Another person, and this is the part where it's going to piss me off because I hate when people say this. I understand, but you just ain't been in love with the right one yet. I'm like, stop trying to project your stuff on other people. Oh, you ain't met the right one. Because look, when I get to this Jason Bateman, Charli XCX story after this one, he said pretty much the same damn thing, which caused a backlash against what he had to say regarding that. We'll get to that in a second, but I got to lube y'all up a little bit before we get to that story. Now, another person, I used to think this ish was insane, and then I lived with a man. Another person said, the girls have been alone for so long, we fell in love with a clean, peaceful home. We still love the guys, but just not enough to shack up. Another person, my grandparents were married for over 40 years until death, and they had separate rooms. So it was like, yeah, even if y'all live under the same roof, you can get a separate room. Remember back in the day when they used to have them sleep in separate beds in the same room? So, it manifests in different ways. Now somebody said that 90s rich auntie cut looks good on her. Well, you kind of see the picture because I kind of got it up here, that little short dude. Another person said, do you not like y'all spouses? I love a little powder room to get, not the powder room, because we start thinking about booger sugar, sis. They said, do you not like your spouses? I love a little powder room to get ready and read, but not live with my spouse at all. Interesting. Well, look, what works for you works with you, for you. And some people, if you like living with a significant other, then you live with that significant other. You go off and do your thing with that person if it works for you. Not everything is for everybody. And there are some people that it's just like, yeah, sometimes living apart might save your marriage. So as I said it before, what works for you works for you. I don't try to knock how people, people's life choices or how they choose to do their relationship, because not all relationships are supposed to be, we're not all a monolith in regards to like how we follow relationships. Whatever works for you, as I said, works for you. So shout out to you, Keke. That's what I was saying. I don't know if that's a Virgo thing or that could just be people in general, but a lot of us Virgos, we like our space. I like my space a little too much. I think I like my independence a little too So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with Keke, or do you feel like, okay, whatever works for you works for you, or do you like living with a significant other? I know some people do, and y'all have your little arguments, whatever the case is, but this is her decision, and she ain't hurting nobody, so who we the judge? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right. Onyx says, with some hearts, I created Madonna, Lisa, Frank, Chat, GPT image. Oh, did you? I need to see what that looked like. The last time Keke lived with a partner led to DV. So yeah, I see why she's over that. Oh yeah, because she was I know what and I was gonna say, I don't know if you're trying to read over here, but they're saying what the name of my show is a hot mess. I know I'm a hot mess, but I know what you are. You a dumbass bitch. Well, no. Well, we know your retarded ass shouldn't be allowed to vote. How about that? All right. Anyway, so these people up in here trying to troll. We got these old slow ass palm people that keep coming up in my damn comments. There was so many retards in this country. I'm with Keke too on that. Agreed. Glad we could all be on the same page. So, but yeah, that was the thing. I do agree with this. Like, yeah, she went through it. She had a whole DV situation. And there was some people out here, kind of blaming her because they were feeling like, well, you've been making a lot of crazy decisions in regards to the type of men or the type of company you keep. But I'm like, look, we all human. We make mistakes. So, but yeah, I do like the idea of living separate. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into, wait, hold on. Because I was like, let me get rid of that. Because I don't need this thing no more. I would rather have my mom stay close, like down the street or a couple of doors. Oh, you said your man. I was like, your mom. My bad. Oh, you said, yeah, I agree with that. I was like, I would rather have my man stay close, like down the street or a couple of doors. Yeah, like be in the area or around the corner, or maybe two stops. Well, I'm in New York, so I'm like maybe two stops over on the train. Then I ain't got to try. Like I'm in freaking Brooklyn, and you all the way in Jersey City. I'm like, I'm not traveling that far for no ASS. No, ma'am. You got to be within the 5 boroughs, or at least close by, within the borough that I'm in. And you can still keep your apartment, and I can still keep mine. All right, y'all. So now let's get into more controversial hot topics. And let's talk about Jason Bateman, who was being dragged online because some awkward questions that he was asking Charli XCX, who, is promoting this new project that she has going around. So, Jason Bateman, she appeared on his show. She's promoting The Moment. She did the soundtrack for it and all this other stuff. Also, well, she did the music for it. And also she has Wuthering Heights. She did the soundtrack for that too. So far, no shade, but yeah, The Moment's not getting the greatest reviews. I know they destroyed it at it was panned heavily, I should say, at the Sundance Film Festival. So yeah, it's not getting the rave reviews that she was hoping. So the latest episode of the award-winning podcast called Smart Less, that Jason Bateman hosts alongside Will Arnett and Sean Hayes, featured the British singer recalling growing up as an only child. When Charli shared that she believes she missed out on a lot of conflict being an only child, Bateman, who is the younger brother of actress Justine, who I hear is like not well liked because she's a crazy nut, and shares 2 children with his wife, Amanda Anka, then asked if that meant the Moment star would like to have multiple kids or just one who has the same sort of experience as her. She said, I actually don't really want to have kids, Charli shared, and when asked why, added, who knows, that could change. Hayes noted that he knows that's none of my business before sharing that he feels the same way. He said, I want to have kids. I've said it a million times, but I'd rather regret not having kids than have them and regret it later. You never know what you're going to get. This is what he explained. Saying, I love the fantasy of having a child, like naming it. It sounds so fun, but I'm like, this is exactly a sign to me as to why I should not have one. The fact that feels like the coolest part about it. Maybe I'm not ready. Bateman then chimed in and said that all that could change, pulling from personal experience after recalling that Anka also didn't want to have kids before they got together. I mean, I guess I'm backing into giving myself a half-assed compliment here, but my wife did not want to have kids. So the story goes, she said, once we started going out, she thought, okay, I think I could have a kid with this guy. So you might find somebody. Now, the question remains, with you saying that your wife wasn't initially for having kids, I'm wondering if Jason was one of those people that was trying to force her hand into having kids. Because, you know, some people be like, oh, you ain't just get with the right one yet. Oh, yeah, you said you didn't want to have children, but I'm weighing you down. I'm eventually going to get you to change your mind. And then the mother goes, okay, I'm going to give in finally because I want to keep this man or whatever the case is. So I'm wondering if that was the case, or did she genuinely feel like, oh, I didn't see myself being a mom before, and then I decided to have children? Because for me personally, I've always felt that way too. Like, I feel like I'm Sean Hayes in a lot of ways, where I feel like, you know, I can imagine, I've already picked out my kids' names of if I want, you know, the day comes I decide I want to have children. I've already picked their names out. I have an idea of all the other stuff. But then I think about it as like, it's a lot of responsibility. I'm trying to really push work hard on my career and stuff, and want to bring kids in this world. I don't know, it might be selfish on my part. And then also I think of, I do have selfish feelings where it's like, I don't want to bring a kid in this world and have to pawn it off on somebody else while I'm out here hustling and doing what I got to do for my career. So, and then I also be thinking about it sometimes because my sister decided to have all her stuff taken out. So she's a little too old to have children. But then they talk about adopt. I don't know about my brother because I don't like him and we don't talk. So none of my siblings have children. So I always wonder, because I'm like, you get in this head space of you want to pass down the legacy, but then you don't want to bring a kid in the world because you want to keep the lineage going. So I don't want to do that. I was like, oh, well, my siblings aren't having children. So now I got to be the one to take on the mantle and give my parents grandkids because that's something they want, but then not thinking about what I want. So I get in that mindset at times. So and look, that's why I said about when we do this show, I said, look, people want you to get personal, right? I mean, personable, where they can feel like they're related in some sort of way. And yeah, I don't think it stems from also that because the homosexual community wanted gay marriage so damn bad. Oh, we want to be like the straights. I'm like, I don't. I like the aspect of the fact that us queer people, we don't have to abide by the same rules that straight people have to abide by. Oh, you got to get married at a certain age, or you got to have kids at a certain age, or you got to live in the white picket fence and have this amount of cars and this amount of this and this amount of that. And it's like, I like the fact that I was able to go out to the clubs and I had a disposable income and I didn't have to worry about all the things. But I don't like the idea of like pushing and forcing your experience on other people. So yeah, he also because he was saying that there was pulling the whole thing. He said, okay, I think I can have a kid with this guy, so you might find somebody. Well, I'm married, she replied, referring to her husband, because you know she's married to the 1975 drummer George Daniel. You know, that's Taylor Swift's favorite band. They said the pair tied the knot in London this past July and had a second ceremony in Italy in September. Bateman acknowledged the correction of with a laugh, quipping, I've got to read a newspaper one of these days. She said, that's okay. I knew immediately where you were going to go and how I was going to respond, so I was looking forward to it. He then joked, maybe your next husband, you're going to want to have kids with him. Well, damn, you got them divorced already, sis. Now, while some listeners were upset that the co-host didn't really already know the Apple singer's nuptials, the concept of the Smartless podcast is that one of the hosts brings an interview subject without telling his fellow hosts. Thus, at least two of the co-hosts can't research their interview subjects before the episodes. Now, reps for Bateman and Charli didn't immediately respond, blah, blah, blah. So people don't really know about the show. It's the fact that, yeah, one person brings a celebrity guest on, you have to pretty much have a regular conversation with them, throw them off a little bit, and you can't go in and do the research on, this person. So yeah, that's what the show was about. And a lot of people, I guess, didn't notice because they were watching clips online and decided to just make up whatever narrative that they had because their fave was being interviewed and they didn't like some of the questions that they were, the conversation, I guess, where it was going. So now fans on social media were quick to call out Bateman's line of questioning. One user on Twitter called the episode an incredible rough listening experience, while another dubbed it one of the worst pieces of media of all time. The conversation I expect from these faces and names, another Twitter user wrote in response. In another thread discussing the episode, a commenter wrote, by the way, if a woman says she doesn't want to have kids, then that's the end of the story. Saying that maybe you'll change your mind when you get married is gross. And that's probably like, did you say that when you was married to your wife? Because it's like the same thing you probably said to your wife, now you project it onto this girl. And now not everybody in this world is meant to have kids or want to have kids. Quiet as it's kept, there's a lot of people out here with kids that shouldn't have fucking been able to push something out their vagina. But yet and still, we have people out here having kids when they don't need to be. So it's good when you have somebody who knows what they want and goes for it. And it's like, I don't want to have children. And that was the thing that I was thinking about because she said that she's an only child. So now you're not going to be able to pass down that lineage, that family lineage to the next kid and then continue the generational thing. Same thing with me. It's just like, well, look, my aunt, my father's sister got 2 kids, and between her 2 children, they got a brood of children and grandchildren. So I don't know if her son has grandkids, but I know her daughter has grandchildren. Because her daughter and her son, 2 of her kids, have kids. So, now one's about to have another child. The other one has 1 kid. I know I'm just getting all specific. So they've been able to pass down the generational situation. My father hasn't done that. And then my father's brother, his daughter, who's not his biological daughter, had a kid, but technically that doesn't count. Son, I don't know. Son might be a homosexual like me. So I don't know if he'll be having children. He ain't come out of the closet, but anyway, so but with all that being said, and then my mother's siblings all have children and grandkids and that sort of thing, but none of us had it. So I guess in a way, yeah, that specific sibling may not have spawned off their children may not have had children, whatever, like in my side of the family, like with me and my siblings, but at least we have other cousins or whatever that were able to have the children on the other. So the family situation will still continue. It just won't be with me. Although I do think about it, I'm just like, I don't know if I have the wherewithal as I get older or the patience to want to deal with children. I can barely tolerate my damn dogs and how crazy they be acting. So, and I barely got the patience from one of my dogs. I don't think I got the patience for a kid. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to what Jason Bateman had to say about Charli XCX in that interview and was talking about, you saying you don't want kids now, but eventually you'll want to have children. I just don't like that people trying to project that. I was like, you don't know what people are going to do with their personal or whatever. So don't try to project your stuff on other people. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Yeah, I read that one. Mind you, Jason ain't adopted, nary an unwanted child. Oh, yeah, there's adoption too. 40 years ago, Janet Jackson issued Control, her 3rd studio album, her commercial breakthrough, despite revisionist history making it sound like her. Was that a read? I've always wanted children, and I know one day I will have children and become Onyx the father. But shout out to all the people out here that are part of the Levitical community that do want to have children. I don't know. I mean, the time comes I do want to have children, I'm going to find me a lesbian to be a surrogate. You said my mother used to babysit a bunch of my cousins, and I would eventually babysit my neighbor's 1-year-old baby when I was in middle school alongside her. This is when I knew I wanted to be. Yeah, some people can talk. I'm just talking about in general. There'd be some. Well, look, I am talking kind of like about certain members of my family. I'm like, you should not have been. You should have kept your legs closed or put an IUD up in your coochie, because you out here having kids. Wait, who's NM and DT? Let me know in the comments. Because I'm having a brain fart. You know, when y'all be putting these initials up in there, I'm like, who are we talking about? Willis. R. Kelly shouldn't have no damn kids, that old child touching. But we're about to talk about him in a second. Oh, yeah, definitely. Should not have had children. Especially one like sticking his peen in a couple of them. But anyway, let's move on and let's talk about R. Kelly. So I'm sure y'all remember back in the good old days. Well, I guess nothing will be good about this time back in the day. That Sparkle's niece, who was known as a Jane Doe, there was a video that kind of hit the internet. Well, not even the internet. It hit it just came out. We all knew about it. I remember one time Wendy Williams said that somebody sent her the video. She had to literally go in a limo as it drove around the block while she watched this video of R. Kelly having sexual relations and giving a golden shower to an underage girl. So all the PDF file stuff started coming out about him. And of course, back in the days, I guess because it was the 90s and yeah, he did, he married Aaliyah and all that stuff. It tracked that he had sex offender tendencies. And it was just crazy that back then that people didn't really put a lot of value on that. Like people still made excuses. People still out there stepping in the name of love and all the other things and still going hard for R. Kelly and this little girl. As although a victim, it just seemed like y'all just kind of just didn't take it seriously. So now years later, we found out who this young lady is. She recently did an interview with Rolling Stone. It was with CBS News. I don't think it was 60 Minutes. I think it was just like CBS. She did an interview with them, and now she is speaking out and breaking her silence. Her name is Roshana Landfair, and she is the cousin of singer Sparkle. So the woman who testified as Jane Doe at R. Kelly's 2022 federal trial told CBS Mornings it feels very liberating to finally reveal her identity and speak publicly about the relationship she formed with the R&B singer when she was just a teenager. For years, Roshana Landfair was known only as Jane Doe, an underage girl in R. Kelly's infamous S-tape, who testified in the disgraced singer's 2022 federal trial. Now at 41, Landfair is coming out of the shadows and reclaiming her name for the first time. Claiming her name and her time. She said, I really want to live in my true skin and my true self. My true self today is Roshana Landfair. This is what she said to CBS Mornings during the exclusive interview about her new memoir, Who's Watching Shorty? Reclaiming Myself from the Shame of R. Kelly's Abuse. Now, in the book, Landfair shares troubling details about how she was groomed by Kelly, whose full name is Robert Sylvester Kelly, after being introduced to him through her aunt, R&B artist Sparkle. It was her aunt who encouraged her to ask the star to be her godfather. The next time we're at the studio, you should ask Robert to be your godfather, she said to her young niece, and as Landfair pointed out, to sit on his lap and rub his head. Quote, that was the start of him entering into my life in a different way than just being an artist or hanging out at the studio. It became more personable at that moment, end quote, Landfair said. Now, Landfair says the moment opened the door to a relationship that quickly turned abusive, alleging that Kelly began touching her inappropriate when she was around 13. A sex tape recorded when she was 14 later spread nationwide a few years later, turning her abuse into a spectacle she says left her feeling empty, hollow, and humiliated. Yeah, that was the one I was telling you about, that Wendy Williams, apparently somebody got a hold of that tape and showed it to her. She broke the news on her radio show. Now, Kelly was arrested on child porn charges in 2002, but a Chicago jury acquitted him in 2008 after Landfair, then still under his sway, denied to a grand jury that she was the girl in the video. It's a decision she says is one of her biggest regrets. Now, years later, the Lifetime docuseries Surviving R. Kelly pushed her to confront how many others had been hurt, and she ultimately testified against him in a 2022 federal trial in Chicago, saying, quote, "I felt responsible that he was able to hurt so many more people," she said. "During the time, I thought maybe these were just sexual fetishes that he had with me. Maybe this was just abuse I was going through," end quote. Now, Sparkle, who also testified in the 2008 trial, also spoke in the Surviving R. Kelly docuseries, saying any suggestion that I groomed, facilitated, or enabled harm to my niece is untrue and deeply painful, especially given my documented actions at the time and throughout. Now, Kelly, as y'all know, is serving a total of 31 years in prison on racketeering, trafficking, and child pornography convictions from federal cases in New York and Illinois. Today, Landfair is a mother and a founder of Project Refine, a mentoring effort for girls and women. "I'm just trying to put my best foot forward," she said, "and use all this pain and turn it into purpose." Now, speaking of Sparkle has actually given her side of the story in this situation as well, because, Rashana is going around saying that her aunt basically groomed her and basically was out here whoring her out to R. Kelly. And she's saying that ain't true. I wish I could have made this picture bigger, but we'll just leave it like that for now. So she said, any suggestion that I groom, facilitated, or enable harm to my niece is untrue and deeply painful, especially given my documented actions at the time and throughout. When I was informed that her parents were allowing Rashana to spend unchaperoned time with R. Kelly, I immediately contacted DCFS, which we would call DIFUS. When the tape surfaced and the state brought charges against him in 2008, I cooperated fully and testified under oath despite immense pressure not to do so. I did this because protecting my niece from abuse and telling the truth mattered more to me than any money in my career. So yeah, and she said now her career suffered because of that. Now, shout out to the name, to the Jasmine brand, who had this story, the full thing that she said, because I'm gonna read the rest of it. I had to go over to the page because and I'm sure y'all can see it. So let me read it. So she said, "This is the beginning of Rashana's lengthy deprogramming journey. It is true that she is a survivor of years of abuse, still learning to process what happened to her and who is responsible. It's also true and well documented that I stood up for her to try to stop the damage being done to her and countless others. I wish her continued healing and peace as she continues to not only find her voice, but hopefully require accountability from those closest to her." So some of the comments wound up saying, they said, didn't Sparkle's career go downhill because she stood up and took action for her niece? At least that's what I think I remember. All of the parents who left their kids with R. Kelly need to be in jail. Praying for healing for the niece and the other victims. Another person said, Sparkle definitely spoke up and out, I remember. Another person said, I can't wait till she is away from her parents who are trying to still brainwash her. Sparkle stood up for her. She lost everything behind it. Most victims are programmed so badly. This is hard, man. She handled it with so much grace. And wasn't there another one? Because I can't remember their names, but wasn't there some people also that, the current girl that I believe is still up under R. Kelly, I think he married her or something or another, and she was going against her parents or whatever the case was, and word on the street was her parents also was pushing their child up on this man, because, a lot of times with these parents, they leave their kids under the supervision of these celebrities because they want their kid with whatever talent they got to get them out of whatever poverty type situation they're in. We don't want to be in the ghetto no more. We don't want to be, or if you white, you don't want to be in, you don't want to be poor. You don't want to be in these situations. So you leave your children up under these grown ass people or these people you think you should trust. And then that's when the abuse begins, because unfortunately, I'm not saying all of them, but there's a lot of perverts and a lot of abusers that are swarming around in this, in this industry like sharks in water. So you got to be careful who you expose your kids to. And so, yeah, a lot of people, it looks like they're coming to Sparkle's defense, because one person said, I don't believe Sparkle had any involvement. And a lot of people really believing that it was the parents who were the problem by leaving this girl up under him, while I guess Sparkle was busy at the time worrying about her career and trying to get her career off the ground. So shout out to this young lady. Rashana, you go out there and do what you got to do to go on your healing journey, because you need to heal from all this abuse. And I hope that this book will allow you the first steps in truly healing. And as I say, I know some people are like, well, why she got to put out a book? Is she going to try to pay me for my pain? That's what I say. If you're going to put me in a situation where I'm going to have to endure lots of abuse, and yes, I'm going to make money off the backs of this man, because he was out there profiting, diddling with children and getting his little fetishes off. And so if he could profit off of, using these girls as little sex slaves or whatever it was that he was using them for, I'm going to profit off of the fact that he was doing all kinds of things and let her tell her side of the story. Now, once the book is out, and if there's some things in there that Sparkle feels is inaccurate, then she can get out there and tell her side of the story. I'm sure there's plenty of people that would love to have Sparkle on their show to counter whatever this young lady is saying. And I'm hoping that this girl gets to do a lot of interviews and get her voice out there as well. It's funny, I'm calling a young lady. We're around the same age. But anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now let's see what the people are saying. I said, when my niece and nephews were babies, they drove me crazy with their screaming. Oh yeah, I was like, I need them. If I want to have children, I need them grown already. I can't with the crying and all of that stuff. I need y'all walking, talking, be able to go to the bathroom. Like I need them. I need them to come out of the coochie, potty trained and everything. I know that's impossible. I'm just, like you got to teach them to get there. They can't just come out the cootie cat like that. All right, y'all. So now we're down to our final 4 topics. So before we get to our final 4, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. You could also become a member of the show. But if you don't want to become a member, it definitely helps with the algorithms and all this stuff. You could do it for free. We have a free version, which would be to hit the like and the subscribe and smash the notification. That definitely helps with the algorithm and pushing this show out there for more eyes to get on it. So if you don't want to do the membership thing, like we have a couple of people who have signed up to be members, that definitely, the liking and the subscribing definitely helps. So like I said, it's free. And if it's free, it's for me. That's what my mama told me. So without further ado, let's get into this Nicki Minaj story. So yes, Nicki's been out here still trolling people because she likes the attention. Apparently all this attention is, getting the pussy puckering and the juices flowing and the nipples hard, in the implants that she got. So, and speaking of implants, she did make a comment about trans people and implants. So this all goes hand in hand. So yeah, so she recently did an interview with Katie Miller, disgraced wife of the even more disgraceful Stephen Miller. And she's been out here going hard on the trans community, and she's defending some of the stuff that she said about the trans community because, the people in this administration, they're obsessed with the T in LGBT. So Nicki says she got no problem with trans people, but she got a problem with trans kids. So she attempted to explain her stance about trans youth, stating that she disagrees with children accessing gender-affirming surgeries, despite such instances being extremely rare. During an appearance on the Katie Miller podcast on February 3rd, so that was yesterday, the controversial Starships performer was asked, she's 43 by the way, why she is so vehemently opposed to California Governor Gavin Newsom. Well, she ain't the only one, because Halle Berry just had to read his ass recently over some stuff about women in menopause and talking about that he wants to make it right with her, but she said he never got in contact with her. And she said, if you think that you're gonna win California without women, oh, you got another thing coming. So, and quite as, don't even get me started with Gavin Newsom, because I don't think he's presidential material. He looks like a president. He's got the looks. He looks like Fitz from Scandal. Very much like Tony Goldwyn. He's got that charismatic, Hollywood good looks, whatever. But as far as his politics goes, I just can't with him. Like, I feel like the minute you come out here and say that your son idolizes Charlie Kirk, I'm like, you fail as a father, because your kid should be idolizing you, not some racist. And when you go off and you do a whole podcast with Ben Shapiro and you're not pushing back on some of the Islamophobic stuff that he's saying and kind of taking his side, when you should be holding him accountable for some of the stuff that he's been going out with Hamas and Israel and all this other stuff, then I can't take you seriously. Because if you can't fight Ben Shapiro on some of the stuff he's saying, then you can't fight your Republican opponent when it's time to get up there and do a debate. So I don't trust him. And you've been doing a lot of flip-flopping lately. Like, I'm all for you getting a conservative on your show, but if you're going to have a conversation with a conservative, you really need to have like a real, true, debatable conversation and push back and not just be, okay, yeah, I could agree with. It's like, what? Y'all start that liberal weak sauce shit, and I can't get behind that, or centrist democratic weak sauce shit. So yeah, she went on the show and said that why she vehemently opposed to Gavin Newsom. So I had to go on my little Gavin Newsom rant before I could get to why she don't like him. So when Miller questioned whether Minaj was opposed to Newsom due to his support for trans youth, the rapper took a moment to try to explain her views. She said, I want to make it clear, I personally don't have an issue with the trans part of the LGBT at all. I am the biggest advocate for adults being able to do whatever the heck they want to do. They're adults. I don't care. So why would you say the biggest advocate for adults to do whatever they want because they're adults, but you don't care? It's like, yeah, when you're grown, you can do whatever the hell you want. But now you want to sit up here and worry about children when you need to be worrying about your own kid and not worry about other people's kids. So then she pulled this shit because this reminded me of someone else. And we're going to get to that in a minute. Minaj then compared gender-affirming surgery to trans youth for allowing a teenager to get breast implants. She said 99% of the parents would not let their 17-year-old get breast implants. Well, didn't Kylie Jenner get breast implants at a young age? If you wouldn't let a child get breast implants, you're not going to want them to have any kind of surgery. We all know the brain is not developed. Well, yeah, because at 43, your brain has yet to develop. But I do agree with that. At a certain age, women's brains develop at a certain age. And for men, I can't remember what it is for women. I think it might be 23. For men, it's 25. But it's like, I wish people would stop always thinking that when you become transgender people, why is it the first thing y'all go to, those who lack the actual information? Y'all automatically go to, bottom surgery. Oh, they're going to cut their dick off. I know I'm being graphic, but Kris Avalon Unfiltered, that's the name of the show. Either shit or get off the pot. I ain't got time to sugarcoat. Y'all always think that, trans is cutting the dick off at a young, like, no, that's not even allowed. You can't go nowhere and they allow gender reassignment surgery at a young age. Yes, they have hormone blockers, which definitely helps, because if you know that if you feel like you trans and you're going through years of therapy and whatever case, because there are steps before you get to that last resort. And a lot of times there's trans people out here who choose to keep their meat popsicle. Ask T.S. Madison. She still got big dick Maddie or whatever, what she call herself. She got the big dick term or whatever up in there. But yeah, like, she's still walking around with her meat. There's a lot of girls out here still walking around with them. And then you have those like Hope Giselle, who I believe did get her bottom surgery, and bigger boobs. And shout out to her, because I love Hope. And also Amanda Lepore got the full situation. So there's certain girls out there who still choose to keep their man's toolbox, and there's some that choose to get the surgery. But even with that, what is it of your concern? That's none of your business. What people choose to do with their body. And if they end up regretting it, that's something they have to deal with, not you. And once upon a time, why does it sound familiar with the whole, like, getting augmentations and things put in your body. Didn't RuPaul say something like that when they asked him about trans people on RuPaul's Drag Race? When you gonna bring on trans people and all this other stuff? And he made a comment about augmentations, kind of like what Trinity the Tuck was getting, or Detox, where they were getting certain things put in their body so that way they don't have to pad or whatever the case is. And he was comparing that to the trans thing, and people got pissed at him for that. And so, in my opinion, and it's no shade, I feel like the way that y'all started overcompensating a little bit, because then y'all started inviting trans people to compete on Drag Race. I felt like it was a little, you started to overcompensate because of that little mistake Ru made. So they're thinking, oh, we got to compromise a little bit because we don't want to lose the audience. So, the queer audience. So we got to overcome it. Like, I love the fact that we have all different aspects of the community competing, but it just felt the way I went about it felt a little like you were trying to lay it on a little thick. But like I said, and here's the thing. This is another thing with her too. She's made history as one of the first mainstream rappers to duet with a trans artist, Kim Petras. Kim Petras is someone who is, I believe, made history in Germany, and that's outside the U.S., so that ain't got shit to do with us. But in Germany, I believe she was like the youngest person to ever get gender reassignment surgery. And I don't know what their laws are. They seem to be way more open-minded, of course, than we are here, but she was able to get this, she was able to become a full-fledged woman. And you work with a trans woman, so you know her. You work with her. Why not have this conversation with her before you start going on these conservative podcasts where they've decided to make trans people the scapegoat for a lot of their hatred and vitriol? That's the wrong place that you go in to have this conversation. Especially with this psychopath, Katie Miller, whose tone is always yelling. She'll know no other way to speak but just be yelling and screaming. And she's supposed to be pregnant. So all that evil and hate you putting in that unborn child you got. So you could have talked with her. You could talk to T.S. Madison. T.S. Madison and y'all been friends for a long time. Remember, at once upon a time, Nikki was supposed to bring the Queen Supreme Court to network TV. I think she was trying to get it on VH1 or something or another. And then that fell through because of the whole thing where Kaya and Maddie. So, T.S. Madison, you could have picked up the phone and have a conversation with her. You know people in the community. You work with a lot of queer people. You have a lot of queer fans. And yet, this is the shit you pull. And I don't know if I can believe her with this whole, I don't have a problem with you do, because what you just said a couple of days ago when Chrissy Teigen was in the background and Trevor Noah threw that little joke at you, made fun, threw a little shade at you on the Grammys. Chrissy Teigen in the background, I wasn't really paying attention because I was busy paying attention to people laughing and everything. Gave the thumbs up in regards to Nikki not being there tonight. You said Chrissy got a dick. You made a transphobic joke towards John Legend wife without any kind of proof that she's a trans woman. So you decided to use it as a slur. You've called Don Lemon a sea sucker. You called Jason Lee a sea sucker. Where people trying to come on my comments, I didn't know that was a slur. Don't play stupid. Not on my time. I ain't got time for it. Not this year, not next year or any year. Don't play dumb in the comments. I didn't know that was a slur. You know it was a fucking slur. Fuck off my line with that. So you using these derogatory words, you know what you're doing. And then recently you decided to say that with no kind of proof that Trevor Noah's a gay man. I mean, if he's a part of the community, congratulations, welcome to the family. But that's up for him to come out and reveal to the public that he got himself a man, that Shantae got a man at home. That ain't up to you. You need to be worrying about your man. But I got a clip for y'all that we're going to play in a second where, she got read twice. One by Joy Reid and one by Cordia Jordan. I need y'all to watch them videos because I feel like they summed up my overall, I feel like I gave my opinion on this, but the way that Joy read her ass down to the floor, I'm like, child, now, I was not expecting a Sunday sermon on a Wednesday, but I needed it. Well, technically I saw the video yesterday, but I'm bringing it to y'all today. So now, to clear all this up, because she running around here giving false information to a bunch of people who don't even care about facts, because feelings are not facts. It is extremely rare for gender-affirming surgery such as chest feminization or masculinization, vaginoplasty, and phalloplasty. First of all, shout out to Peaches, because I don't know why when vaginoplasty came up, that popped in my head. She has a song called that. Are performed on patients under the age of 18 in the U.S. Now, as noted by the Human Rights Campaign, in the rare instances where gender-affirming surgery has been performed on those under the age of 18, it has been done so only on patients from whom it is deemed clinically necessary to reduce depression and suicidal ideation stemming from gender dysphoria. So that's probably what Kim Petras was going through, hence why she got it at the age she got it, which I believe, like I said, was 16. Now, like I said, I can't. I'm just over trying to read this clout chasing bird for points. So, and there's another thing before I forget, because when I was looking up some stuff, I did a deep dive. So I came across this article from the Advocate that came out in hold on, when it came out? September 5th, 2012. So remember, because a lot of people say, but wait a minute, you keep throwing shade at the very community that has kept your career afloat, which would be the queer community. And that is true. But also, what people seem to forget, remember once upon a time, she said she was bisexual. Which I was like, I don't believe it. I believe she's pandering to the community. I ain't never seen her out with no girl. I ain't never seen her. I'm not saying, because this is another stereotype I know people don't like. You ain't got to literally be out here eating somebody's box to show that you're a lesbian. But I didn't buy it from her. I just felt like she was pandering. So, according to the Advocate in this article, they said an article in Rolling Stone is either brand new or a few years old, but reposted on their website this morning thanks to a technical glitch. Reports seem to be very on this. Rapper Nicki Minaj says that she claimed to be bisexual early in her career solely to garner attention. Say, I think girls are sexy, but I'm not going to lie and say that I date girls. So, I think this is around the time when she kind of confused fans when lyrics from a new mixtape came out in which she said she's voting for Mitt Romney. And while Twitter went wild with haters, several media outlets came to her defense. Feminist blogger Amanda Marcotte tweeted, anyone who seriously thought Nicki Minaj endorsed Romney should quit writing and learn to understand basic human tropes. Well, here's the thing. Nobody can understand humor in writing unless you have the ability to kind of, because I have people who said, oh, I read that in your voice when I write certain things online. So there's a certain cadence that you have to have with that in order for people to know that you're joking. But that's not what I was getting from that. So yeah. So they basically said, like, yeah, she was running around lying about being bisexual. Because I was like, where's the article? Wait, where's the whole thing? Because there was one where I did read that. Oh, yeah, they said that she claimed to be bisexual early in her career solely to garner attention. And I definitely feel that that's what that was. That you was definitely doing it to get attention. But anyway, so let me get up off this. And I wanted to play you guys these clips because I was like, first of all, now this was a read. You want to talk about reading? Let's talk about reading. I think I need to get that as a sound effect for the show. Shout out to Venus Extravaganza. Because y'all need to hear this from Joy Reid, where she went and said nothing but a word about Miss Nicki Minaj. Roll the clip.
That the other side is giddy about having Nicki Minaj, a rapper they despise, a rapper they don't respect, a rapper most of them probably have never heard one of her songs, and if they have, they're horrified. The reason they want her on a leash as their house pet, cuddled at Donald Trump's
sounds
the
loud.
reason she is the new house pet is because they need, NEEED, Black people to give them cultural cool. Black cultural cool has always been a powerful, powerful element in the country. Candace Owens was brought into Turning Point USA to do that, to recruit rappers, to recruit Kanye West for a reason. It's not like they like rap music, but they needed Candace to do that. Well, Candace has gone off the field. She's no longer playing ball. So since Candace isn't playing ball, they need a new Candace. So they tried Amber Rose, but Amber Rose is not popular enough with Black people and also says she isn't Black. So that didn't really work. They moved on to their next gambit, which is to get the Trinidadian who doesn't care about the killing of Trinidadian fishermen, the rapper who hates the female rapper who hates other female rappers, who hates on women who are more popular than her, Cardi B, people who are better at cultural marketing than her, she'll never be Rihanna. She'll never have a brand like Rihanna. She'll never be Beyonce. She's a 40-something-year-old Black female rapper who clearly don't care that much about Black people or immigrants, even though she was an undocumented immigrant. She's the perfect foil to replace Candace. Nicki is the new Canvas. They wouldn't want her if they didn't need cultural cool. Their problem is she ain't cultural cool no more. So the Barbs, Nicki ain't shit and she ain't saying nothing. And 100 little Barbs can't tell me nothing. Y'all mad about it, be mad about it. But she not gonna work. But they're gonna keep looking for somebody Black to be the face, to put blackface on MAGA. And they know that cultural cool matters. That's why they're doing it. I'm done.
And shout out to Jennifer Wells. You know, I love me some Jennifer Wells. That's the woman, the white woman, the only white woman that's there on the panel that's right next to Joy Reid. But not the bees in a trap reference. I was living for that. And there were some people in the comments, because somebody said, you will think Nicki killed someone. I'm like, can't with you birds. I'm like, that's what you took from all of that? With everything that's going on, you act like she killed somebody. Yeah, she killed a fucking career. That's what she killed. But last but certainly not least, because I was like, Joy, child, now I was not expecting that good. I was like, why you had to scout that lady like that? But sometimes you got to call it for what it is and call it out. And I'm sorry, sis, but there's no coming back from this. So now, last but certainly not least, I got this clip of Claudia Jordan going in and letting have on Nicki. And child, I ain't gagged so hard in a minute, but let's play the clip. Please hold.
For Nicki to just go back and then attack Lizzo for her weight loss and for the album sold. Nicki, you're about to see what that looks like yourself. And I don't think you should be talking about surgery. I don't think you should be talking about people's looks. I don't think you should be talking about pedophilia, criminals, rapists, or child molesters. Because if you want to really talk about it, look no further than under your roof of the house that just got saved by that last minute $500,000 that you probably got from your new daddy. Well, that's what I think. And all the bars, they come at me, they attack me. I don't give a. I don't. I'm used to it. You're a bunch of 14 and 15-year-old children where your whole identity, you have a lot in common. If your whole identity is somebody else, you're a loser. And it's just about, that's all you're about. Be yourself. You can love a person as an artist and be critical of them for their policies and their politics that actually affect you. Let me show you real quick. I think Nicki Minaj is a dope ass rapper. I actually love the song F the Club Up, one of my favorites. I think she killed it on Monster. I think she had the best verse and out-rapped the fellas on Monster. But I don't like the politics. I don't agree with the politics. Does that make me a hater? No, it makes me be able to be objective and not an idiot that just blindly follows anyone. That's all we ask of you. It doesn't mean I hate her. I don't like what she's doing right now, and I won't support any artist that is for policies that benefit the top 1%, while your entire fan base is going to be harmed by the person that you're aligned with. And that's how we tricked you with that memento ass gold card that means nothing.
Yeah, and even the way she kind of switched sides on her LBGT fans, seemingly, you know what I mean, in the recent months, who were like really big advocates for her. It sucks when you see somebody build a following, the followers, follow the leader, and then they're left without a leader. We just left them abandoned, man.
And she's around Lesbo too. She's in the community her goddamn self. So miss me with that, Nicki. You've admitted to being bisexual yourself, and you're gonna shat upon your community.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want everyone to know that Claudia Jordan is my inner monologue, and it makes me so happy.
And look, if she could shat on the entire community, just like Trump could shat himself during a press conference and everybody trying to rush everybody out the room, anything is possible, in the words of Alaska. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I feel like I ain't got nothing else to add to that. I feel like Claudia Jordan and Joy Reid said all that needed to be said, because all the things that them two said, I was thinking. Then I saw somebody in the comments talking about day 13,568 of y'all talking about Nicki canceled, but y'all still talking about her. I'm like, what? The fact that some of y'all are so simple-minded and just short bus slow. If you are a famous person, a celebrity that does something that is harmful to a specific community or communities, like immigrants, queer people, the one loyal community that even though the community, even those celebrities who don't really rock with the LGBTQ community, but know that they're the loyal community for them. So they come and they tap dance over in our corner and take our money and show up at the Pride events, but don't see it for you sissies, punks, and rhymes with maggots. Because there's a lot of them out there. At least she's being honest about the way she stands. Now, the question remains, are you going to continue to support her, or are you just going to be a pick-me with no mind of your own and just continue to allow someone to disrespect you because you want, I don't know what it is that you want. I don't know if you're thinking you're going to get respect from this person or these people going to see the value. Like, I don't see it for people who don't see it for me or people that I genuinely care about, whether family members, loved ones, people that people within my community. If you don't rock with me, I'm not rocking with you. That's just it. I'm not sitting up there trying to kiss somebody's ass to get along with them. Ain't never been my personality, never will be. But I feel like Claudia and Joy said all that need to be said. And if people still can't see past their own ass and still want to make excuses, then be blessed is all I'm going to say. So, beloved. So I say all this to say, whatever your thoughts are on this matter, I definitely want to hear from you. Let me know in the comments down below. Mm-hmm. Oh, they said, funny how first instance of claiming to have an issue with child surgery is regarding trans folk and not teen nose jobs. Or yeah, exactly. There's a lot of that goes on. And look, a lot of teenagers get nose jobs at like what, 13, 14, because they don't. I mean, their bodies ain't finished fully developing yet. How come you can get a nose job at a young age, but you worrying about somebody's genitalia? And my thing is this, worry about Papa Bear. If Papa Bear want to go off and transition to a woman and you want to deny that, that's between y'all two. You don't have a right to indoctrinate your opinions of others. I mean, your opinions on other people. Mind your business. Just like I'll be running out here minding my damn. I don't give a fuck what you do with your kids because it ain't affecting me. But it ain't up to you to interject your personal whatever on other people. As RuPaul says, what you think of me is none of my business. Speaking of which, I got to watch UK versus the World episode 2 because I heard it came out last night. And I was going to watch it, but I got home late last night, so I didn't get around to it. Okay, it said, Jazz, I had hers cut off. But yeah, Jazz Jennings, and that's what I was thinking about too, because Jazz Jennings, I've been following her since she did her interview on Oprah when she was a little kid, and we had first found out this whole controversy about like young trans children or a child knowing so young that they were trans. And then I followed Jazz's journey on her reality show, I Am Jazz. And I felt like if there was one person, so I need the T.S. Madisons, and I should have said that during the segment. So when I edited, I need the T.S. Madisons, the Hope Giselles, the Jazz Jennings, the Kim Petrus's. I need y'all to get out here and start windmilling hard. The Jenna Vivian Wilsons, or Vivian Wilson. I need Elon Musk's daughter. I need a lot of y'all to get out here and start speaking out, windmilling for y'all community. Because these people are out here running around with narratives that aren't true. Oh, Nikki, I wish I didn't spend 2 years of my life running a Twitter account dedicated to her. At least I wasn't in the Matrix. So, look, the fact of the matter is, I applaud anybody that, you can go hard for artists and be a stan and love their music and the aesthetics and all that other stuff. But when people start interjecting like negative or wanting to do harm to people political wise, or, when they get into politics and you have a problem with it, you should be able to speak out on it. Not you don't want specifics. No, that's why I said she'll never be Rihanna. She'll never be Beyonce either. Yes, Jay is. He said someone said Linda Perry needs to do cease and desist. Yeah, because a lot of people have been doing that Bees in the Trap, What's Going On mashup thing. He said it's embarrassing to say 2021 to 2023. Well, you was young, so like I said, the brain wasn't fully developed. So when you're young, y'all do crazy stand shit. But when you get to be a certain age, there's no excuse. You can't be 40-something years old acting like a damn stan, doing the foolishness up in here defending her actions. Because I'd be like, you a bird just like she is. That's a good question. No, because funny enough, I forgot the name of Claudia's other show. She has another show with this other girl. I forget the name of it. And I remember Funky Dineva did say that he would actually like to work with Claudia down the line again. And I don't know if it happened yet, but he has a thing going down in Texas that is going to be DJ'd by Spinderella. He's hosting it, and Claudia was invited. So yeah, they on good terms. Just don't bring Al around, because nobody's cool with him except Dineva. It was a lie, and it's not child abuse. So, in the words of Vivica Fox, you can put that where? Back there. At least you were a minor. I don't know what will make people get into Nikki at that age, though. Nikki material hasn't been hot for quite a while. Well, just like I said, they liked all the aesthetics and stuff. The kids like getting into that. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some homosexual news. And let's talk about Pedro Pascal, because he got himself a little gay romance with none other than Danny Ramirez. So remember that movie that was supposed to come out with Joaquin Phoenix, where he's supposed to be playing in a relationship where I guess him and Danny Ramirez going to be hunching all through the film. And during the 11th hour, I guess the movie was in pre-production, and then he decided he didn't want to do the movie no more. Well, it looks like the movie's been saved by none other than Pedro Pascal. So now, yes, the movie's finally going to get made, and they said that it's going to start filming next month. So the film is actually called De Noche and directed by Todd Haynes. And they said that Pascal is going to play a hard-boiled detective opposite Danny Ramirez as his younger lover. And MK2 Films, the French indie banner behind Joaquin Trier's Sentimental Value and Kleber Mendonca Philo's The Secret Agent. Wait, is The Secret Agent the movie with Wagner Moura that's getting all the rave reviews? I want to see that. They said it's fine, and he was nominated for Oscar, by the way. They said it's financing the film as well as handling international sales. The Paris-based company is also co-repping domestic rights with Cinetic, Cinetic. So I'm thinking that's what it is, unless y'all spelling kinetic with a C. Killer Films. Okay, they got a bunch of people in here that y'all probably like, who are these people? Now, Haynes penned the screenplay with longtime collaborator John Raymond. The story, which echoes classic noirs like Chinatown, charts the passionate and unexpected love affair between a cop, played by Pascal, and a boarding school teacher, played by Ramirez, in 1930s Los Angeles. When the city is overtaken by corruption and the world is on the brink of war, the two men become targets of the city's corrupt political machine and are forced to flee to Mexico. Now, the project marks Pascal's first collaboration with Haynes. The actor has been balancing out studio blockbusters such as Marvel's The Fantastic Four: First Steps. He's also going to be in Avengers Doomsday. I don't know about Secret Wars, but supposed to be Doomsday. With prestige indies like A24's Materialist and Eddington. And remember, he also played, I forgot the name of the movie. He did a short film with Pedro Almodovar, and Ethan Hawke played his lover, and it was like Cowboys, whatever the case was. That was an interesting short film. It's on Netflix if people want to check it out. But Haynes, whose last film, May December, earned an Oscar nomination for Best Screenplay, said the story with Pedro and Danny are in the two leads arises out of an era all too relevant to our own of domestic corruption, racial exploitation, and global terror. But it emerges as a testament to the inexplicable powers of desire and love to survive and overcoming even the most crippling of human barriers, added Haynes, who was also an outspoken activist. Now, Fianwala Jameson, that's a mouthful, managing director of MK2 Films, said few filmmakers connect with audiences as strongly as Todd Haynes. Jameson will kick off sales on the project at the European Film Market in Berlin, added that Haynes' films such as Carol and Far From Heaven, oh, I love those movies. First of all, those are two queer films, though, have left a lasting emotional impact worldwide. De Noche carries the same power, and with Killer Films, a remarkable cast led by Pedro Pascal, It is a standout project we are proud to be part of and share with buyers. So this sounds like an actually interesting movie. I definitely want to check it out because quiet as it's kept. No shade. I did not want to see Joaquin Phoenix hunching no Danny Ramirez. I want to see who the bottom and who the top. I know I'm being messy, but I definitely want to see a sex scene between these two. It's going to be fairly entertaining and fairly interesting. But also the story is what's going to be interesting as well, because, you know, with the success of Heated Rivalry, where it's like, yes, the sex is all steamy and everybody's loving that aspect of it, but the emotional part of seeing men being vulnerable and stuff, this is why I think women are gravitating towards a lot of these films, because they want to see men being more open and vulnerable with their emotions and stuff. Whereas you get to see like this bro type of sphere that we're in, where they want to continue to push this. Men need to be angry all the time. Men to be out here feeling a certain type of, like, just all projecting all this negative energy. And we don't need to go there in order to show any kind of feeling of validation in the world. But I do hate that we have certain aspects of media that want to push that out there. So I'm glad this movie is finally getting made. I had my fingers crossed that this movie would see the light of day. And because Pedro is in a place where he is a high-profile A-list movie star, and there's a lot of cachet on his name, and Danny's career is on the rise, they're able to get this film done. I also heard that they finally found an actor that's going to replace Danny on The Last of Us, because remember, he was on The Last of Us season 2, but had to drop out due to scheduling conflicts. And they have a new actor that stepped in. I can't remember his name, but they found another Latino or man of color that's going to replace him. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this movie. Not necessarily Last of Us, because I was disappointed with that last season, but this looks like an interesting topic and an interesting film, and we need more queer content out there. You know, in the movies, streaming, wherever wherever the case or place may be. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? This movie De Noche finally has a home. I remember we were talking about this a couple of months ago, but now it's official. They've got distributors. The movie's going to get made. They're going to start filming it next month. And Jessica Alba, you better watch out, child, because Pedro about to tear them guts up. So let me know what you guys think of this story your man guts, because remember, she is dating Danny Ramirez. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. He said, now this will sell tickets. And said, I'm convinced Danny Ramirez is... Shut up. You said, at first I thought Pedro gay romance was real. Child, well, you know I gotta find a hook to drag people into the show. So you do what the headline is, good old fashioned media marketing. So it's like, yeah, you put a Pedro Pascal gay romance. What they talking about, Willis? And then you stay in and you hear all the yap Haitians like, oh, this sounds interesting. Let me stick around and hear what's this new show I discovered is about. At this point, I don't think we need a hit. Shut up. Look, we're not going to out him like they out here outing Trevor Noah. When he ready to come out and say the thing, he'll come out and say the thing. And then we'll be like, we know you 50 years old. We ain't never seen you with a woman. Sis, we know what's going on. But they telling you to keep it quiet in the industry. So that's why you modeled yourself as like a character actor where you jump into all these different things and people stay out your business. And that's fine. One of these days, my face will get between them cheeks, among other things. But that's my husband right there. But anyway, let's get back into the show. Now, while we got great things going on with hold on. While we got great things going on with this Pedro Pascal movie, De Noche, it looks like our dreams is going to be crushed because, according to a certain actor, he said they'll never cast a queer James Bond. And, with them saying that, I don't think I'm upset by the fact that we don't get a queer James Bond. If we don't get one, that's fine. I mean, we create our own. So, Interview with the Vampire and The Crown star Ben Daniels had said that studios would never cast a queer person to play James Bond. Excuse me. Speaking to The Telegraph on February 3rd, The homosexual actor was asked if he would like to play another rampantly heterosexual character like Finn in the BBC hairdressing comedy Cutting It Again. He said yes, of course, but it was such tremendous fun. But also, those opportunities for gay actors aren't really there as much as you say. A queer person will never be cast as James Bond, for instance. Now, as a gay actor, you're not even seen for those roles, and quite often they still won't employ queer actors in queer roles. His comments come off the backs of wicked heartthrob Jonathan Bailey, who is gay, being put in the running to play James Bond by bookies. William Hill will have him at 10-1 to play the next Bond, while Betfred reckon it more like 14-1. Now, Daniels most recently appeared in an interview with the Vampire Season 2 as flamboyant vampire stage actor Santiago and Middle-earthian elf Círdan in Shipwright in The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. Now, if they decide to cast look, I think that was because that was an argument not an argument, but a conversation we had on the show before where they said, like, okay, Jonathan Bailey being the sexiest man alive for People magazine, and, you know, what was her name? Nikki Glazer made that joke about, well, do we have to have people, I'm paraphrasing, but did we have to have people come out and be like, well, Jonathan Bailey is the first gay actor to appear on the cover of People's Sexiest Man Alive, but then again, looking at some of them old pictures, they probably had to say something, basically referencing that a lot of those pictures are kind of gay, like from past men that they put on the cover and inside the magazine. So it would be nice if we could have like a queer James Bond, but I always say this, just like when people say, should we get a black James Bond? Because that was the argument about Idris Elba. And then people saying Idris is too old, or if you want to put Damson Idris, but the word is they're looking at Damson Idris to play Black Panther. And so it's like, I wouldn't mind getting a black James Bond, but can we create a spy series with a black lead actor rather than let's change the race of this person? Let them people have their stuff. Just like I say that about the gays. Let them people have their stuff. Why do you want to change a womanizer into a gay character? I would love to see a sexually fluid spy where it's like, yeah, you got to go in during certain missions and you got to, it just so happens that you dealing with a oligarch or a tech whatever, like a Dr. Evil version of a tech giant or whatever, or like a Jeff Bezos type, not as, but just more attractive. Get you a Jeff Bezos super villain or whatever that happens to be homosexual. And then he got to go and infiltrate that compound, and he may have to sleep with him to get what kind of information he needs to get. Those stories need to be explored. And so we don't need that in a James Bond. We can have that in an own show. I hate the fact that they want to come in and the IP is the IP. Let the IP be the IP. And then just come in and do your own thing. There will be an audience for that. There will be an audience that will see a gay super spy, and there will be an audience that will see a black super spy, whether it's a male, female, whatever. I don't agree with the whole, well, let's change this thing. It depends on the situation. But I would just like them, let James Bond existed long before I was born, so let them have their stuff. But I do agree that it is crazy in Hollywood that you come out with queer roles, they don't even cast queer characters in those roles. They will put straight people in there because they think that, oh, this character you're playing, and you happen to be gay in real life, that this is you on the page. And it's like, no, the only thing that we have in common is that we are attracted to someone of the same gender. But the character that's on this page, my life don't mirror the character that's on this page. The only difference is, yeah, we sleep with someone of the same sex. But these people that are writing and casting people, they're a little, like, I was sometimes thinking they got brain damage or something too. So sometimes I'd be side-eyeing a situation as well. It's just weird. But I do agree that they'll never cast a queer James Bond. And I'm like, I'm okay with that. Let us create our own stuff and not have to just make it this. Because the last thing I want to hear is from these damn incels that's just going to get mad for, oh, you're being woke, you know, all that stupid shit that they say. I don't mind us having our own thing. So I say all this to say, what do you think about this story? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now let's get into our final topic. and give a huge congratulations to Trixie Mattel, who's got herself a new gig. She is about to be the latest Drag Race queen to host the Queer Teas. Now, we did talk about this the other day, that well, a couple episodes ago, that we talked about the nominees of the Queer Teas. I even told you a friend of mine didn't even know he was nominated, like his book was nominated alongside Kristen Kiss from she's on the new season of The Traitors, and she's also from Top Chef, the new host. Sidebar, did y'all know that Padma Lakshmi has a new cooking show that's coming to, I believe, CBS and Paramount Plus? So she moved on because she's not a part of that show that Top Chef anymore. But anyway, so yeah, there's that. But now Trixie Mattel is about to host the show. So Trixie Mattel will return to the spotlight as host of the 14th annual Queer Teas Awards. The ceremony will take place on March 10th at I got my own spot. It's called the Avalon Hollywood in Los Angeles and will stream exclusively on Wow Presents Plus beginning March 19th. The Queer Teas honor the best in Libidica plus entertainment, pop culture, and activism with winners chosen entirely by audience vote. Produced by Q Digital, the LGBTQ-owned media company behind Queer Tea, the awards remain the only major pop culture ceremony decided solely by queer audiences. Well, thank God you don't got the Las Culturistas Queens hosting it, because they're annoying. Now, since its debut in 2012, the Queer Teas have become a marquee celebration of Libidical Plus achievement, with last year's edition drawing nearly 2 million votes from Queer Tea readership. Saying the Queer Teas give voice to the Libidical Plus community, says Scott Gatz, CEO of Q Digital. It is the only pop culture award show where queer people vote for the talent and creatives they feel will have the most lasting impact on the next generation of queer youth. We're thrilled to have Trixie Mattel host the milestone celebration. The awards cover more than 25 categories spanning from film, television, music, literature, social media, and activism, highlighting both established figures and rising stars. Categories include Badass, honoring standout Libidical Plus newsmakers, and breakout musical artists, recognizing those who made major strides in the past year. I think I messed up on that article because I don't have the link. Because it was like, the list of the nominees can be found here. So there's been other drag queens in the past that hosted the show. Jinx Monsoon, Bianca Del Rio, and last year, Bob the Drag Queen ended up hosting the show. So congratulations, Trixie. So yeah, there's her advertisement, her promo photo. So he said, quote, I heard that this year for the Queer Teas host, they're going to be pretty, and Margot Robbie is busy doing Barbie. The Empire Strikes Back, so I'm happy to step in, Mattel joked in a statement. A winner of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star Season 3, Mattel has become one of the franchise's most successful alumni. Her credits include the documentary Trixie Mattel Moving Parts, the Discovery Plus renovation series Trixie Motel, which a friend of mine worked on, a Billboard Heat Seekers #1 album, and a long-running YouTube series with Katya. But your friends, they call me Tia. Remember that song from the Read You Wrote You remix? And it said, who also co-hosts, they also co-host the podcast The Bold and the Beautiful. Now, Mattel is the founder of Trixie Cosmetics, a New York Times bestselling author, and a touring performer whose recent projects included her Solid Pink Disco DJ tour, with appearances by at Coachella, Out Loud, and as an opener from Chappella Rwana, or as I like to call her sometimes, when she get on my damn nerves, Chapel Grown. And also, let's not forget, she just did the remix to for Lopez. What was it? Play? I think she did the remix to that. So yeah, because I was like, hold on, let me go and see if I can find the category, because I want to look it up again in regards of like the music. I miss that. I don't want it. I can't find it. Oh wait, it was supposed to be Deadline. Because I was looking for, they have Vote for Your Faves. Let me see if I can open it up here. But they have Badass, Anthem. Let's see what's in that category. No Broke Boys, Disco Lines and Tanashi, The Subway, Chapel Roan, Diet Pepsi, Ben Platt. Wait, I thought Diet Pepsi was that girl that they keep defending for lip singing for her life on that damn show. I'm Not Your Boy, Omar Rudberg. I like him. He's cute. Sticky Fingers, Ash Nico. I love Ash Nico's new album. Beat Up Chanel, Slater. I can't wait for Slater's new album. Overqualified. Oh, child, y'all about to gag me up in here because there's too many good votes. I love Duran Bernard. Shout out to him. He got a Grammy. So even if you don't get a quiz, he's like, I don't care. Bitch, I got a Grammy. Golden by Hunter/X, Abracadabra Lady Gaga, and Fast by Demi Lovato. Why do I have a feeling Abracadabra's going to walk away with it? But there's so many good bops on here. Diet Pepsi, I was thinking about Addison Rae. Wait, why am I doing that? Then they got Badass category. You got On Your Nerve, Jeff Hiller. Wait, hold on. You know what? I'm going to actually put it up here so we could look at it together. All the interesting ones. So, yeah. We got On Your Nerve, Jeff Hiller, Doshi, Ricky Martin, Paige Buckers, T.S. Madison, Vivian Jenner Wilson, and Renee Rapp. What's another one? Style Icon. Let's go to that one. Not Anthony Okay, I need y'all ads to go away, please. Not Anthony Porowski. We don't like her. Andrew Christian. He just retired. Jeremy Pope always brings it with the fashion. Brad Goreski. Girl, bye. VJ Floresca. I still am mad that y'all gave her the win over there at Project Runway. I did not like her. I did not like her personality, and I do not think she deserved to win that season. Connor Ives. Okay, cute. I don't know her. Sarah Paulson. I do live for her because she's like one of my favorite actors on, the American Horror Story franchise. Lux Pascal, sister of Pedro. Willie Chavaria, and Nikki Campbell. So, it's between Jeremy Pope and Sarah Paulson. Those are the two I like. The rest of y'all can kick rocks. Who else? Let's go to Drag Royalty. I don't think we did that one already, right? Gloria Groove, or she like to say Groove, King Molasses, Utica Queen, Anania? Bosco, Aja, Head of Letters, Icon, Ginger Minge. Oh no, they're not gonna give it to her. She lies too much. Eva Destruction and Bridget Bandit. Well, we do love Eva Destruction over here. So good luck, because it's gonna be a fight up in here for y'all. Now, who got the podcast? Because I know mine is not in here. Outlaws, T.S. Madison, give it to her. Caleb Heron, I don't know him. Kelly Mantle. Hello, I'm Kelly Mantle. Hello. I'm Kelly Mantle. Hello, I'm Kelly Mantle. Y'all watch the show. Y'all know that's what she do. Psycho Babble, Tyler Oakley. Oh, Tyler Oakley's still around. I was wondering whatever happened to him. I used to have a crush on Tyler. That's a gay-ass podcast. The Yester Gays, Justice Sylvester. You got a podcast. Okay, shout out to the Black Queens. Tea Time with Raven Simonier and her wife, Miranda. Them tight-ass queens over there at Las Culturistas. Therapus. Puss. Oh, I do like, Jake Shane. Why did I thought I was going to say, Jake Shears? I'm like, child, am I dyslexic? And then they got Bad Queers by Shayna Summers and Chris Chesson. Okay, let's, who else? Okay, let's go to TV performance. Bella Ramsey, The Last of Us, Aaron Doherty, Benito Skinner, Francois Arnaud, as they would say, or he would say. Owen Thiele, Supriya Ganesh from The Pit, Pablo Alboran from Breathless, Miles Heiser, Boots, Michaela J. Rodriguez from Loot, and Coleman Domingo, The Four Seasons. And, okay, let's get to the music. Music video. Big Ol' Hammer, G Flip, shout out to the lesbians. Good Boy, Jim Ferraros, Out of Body, Khalid. Well, y'all paid dust to that album. Creme Brulee, David Archuleta, maybe he'll win this year. Full Time Poppy, Guitarra de la Fuente, what is it? Guitarica de la Fuente. It's a lot to say with that damn name. God's a Raver by Nemo, Best Guess, Lucy Dacus, Boy Crazy, Kesha, Boys, Frankie Grande, and Vodka Cranberry by Conan Gray. This is going to be a hard one. But good luck, because I'll definitely be watching when they come on. Now, breakout musical artists, then we can wrap. Oh, wait, then we'll do next big thing, and then we'll be wrapped. Gigi Perez, then we got Kane Colto, Cat's Eye. No, them girls, please. These manufactured pop groups, because y'all already pissed me off with how y'all went after Olivia Dean, but y'all out here windmilling hard for Cat's Eye and fucking what's her name? Addison Rae. I'm like, y'all need to go play in traffic. Renee, Lola Young. I do like her, but we need new music besides that damn messy track. Because I'm tired of hearing it. Adam Mack, Eli, Bentley Robles, C-Matt, and Amare. And, oh yeah, my friend was in the Read category. And I had to tell him, which is Jorge Shalalpa. As you can see, right here. And you know what? Let me vote. Let me submit my vote. Maybe I should vote upon here. And then they got Next Big Thing, Devil Wears Prada 2, Red, White, and Royal Wedding, Cats, The Jellicle Ball, Stop That Train, The Comeback, American Horror Story, House Stopping Forever, Practical Magic 2, Scary Movie, and Confessions on the Dance Floor Part 2. Damn, this is going to be hard. Because I want to vote for The Devil Wears Prada 2 because that trailer has blown up. Like, it's going crazy. Even the new official trailer, over 1 million views. I want to vote for it, but you already know I got to be biased. Tanta is going to get it. Badass. It's going to be hard. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let me vote for T.S. Madison. Okay, let me get up off here. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think? So, because we're going on a tangent right now, and it's a live show. So congratulations, Trixie Mattel, and all the people that are nominated. And I'm looking forward to seeing the show when it airs next month on Wow Presents Plus, because I know it's going to be filming it and all this other stuff. And that's a good place. And look, I like Wow. They got really cool stuff on that channel. We need more queer content on there, but I'm living for what they got so far. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Have you heard of the new club that's all the season 18s are spilling tea? Wait, have you heard of the new club that all the season 18s are spilling tea at? Club Scorpio, and it's in Charlotte. I have no plans on attending anytime. Wait, so they're doing a viewing party or whatever at that club, and they're spilling all the tea. I guess they're not really telling much of anything at Roscoe's because they want you to watch. They want you to pay $2 to get all the tea. But no, I haven't heard anything about it. Me too. Well, I think there was another person I know up in there. You said I only know Sarah Paulson. Oh, because I said Kick Rock. It was like Addison Rae to me will probably fall into obscurity when her perform like a booger sugar addict gimmick gets tired. Charli XX certainly can't come to her defense anymore. And look, and then what else the Swiftologist gonna say? What did Anthony do? I know Karamo don't fool with him, but I need to know what was said. No, it was. I think I've been covering a lot of this. I posted all the videos on my YouTube channel, like separate. I did a recent one where, according to Rob Shutter, he was saying that producers behind the scenes were saying that Karamo was the problem. You said TV performance boots. I don't know. It's gonna be hard. Like, what song do I pick in regards of like anthem? Well, you know what? I think Lady Gaga's gonna win that one. I don't know. I just didn't like. I just think that a lot of them are fake and phony and kind of thing. Going back to the whole, conversation about Anthony and them over there at Queer Eye. The UK girl groups are better. Spice Girls, Girls Aloud, Saturdays, Little Mix, and the Sugar Baby. Yeah, because they're a little more edgier. Congrats to Trixie Mattel, but was Caleb here? Those lately they've been picking a lot of drag queens to host, so I guess let them. That's one of the things they're good at. They're good at hosting, so let them host, right? I've heard about Club Scorpio. Yeah, the people been talking, drunk talking, but talking. They need to set some cameras up in there and do a show. Apparently, producers of Drag Race are attending Roscoe's viewing parties, intimidating the queens. Yeah, that's what happened when they had, what was the girl name? The one that's a nurse. See how fast I forgot her name? When they had her there, she was not talking at all, and even the other queens were on their best behavior. So you got these tight ass Drag Race producers just ruining the show. But one of the things I loved was recent. They had Miss Thing from Georgia. and teleport us to Mars. Mandy Mango, thank you. They had her on there, and she couldn't even. Nicole Page Brooks. They had her on there, and what was her? Why I forget her damn name? The one that said, the Teletubby teleport us to Mars. They had them on there. They were cracking me up. I'm like, what is this lady saying? There was this drunken mess just taking over the show. It cracked me up. But Tammy Brown, thank you. Y'all have to be my brains at this moment because I'm at the end of the show and I am tired. I wiped my brain. Once it shuts down, it's like I can't remember names. I can't remember shit. So Danny, you said Danny Kane. The PCD actually killed the girl group in the U.S. because of egos. That our girl groups are lackluster, where the UK girl groups go through extensive training and art school. Yeah, that's why I think they don't like the K-pop girlies, because they go through extensive training. The UK has Brits Academy to train artists. Even the Grammys don't have that. And that's what we need. We need if I had the dollars, yes, I'm channeling Pepper LaBeija, I would definitely open up a training school where it's like, and if I was in a boy band or whatever the case, I would like, yeah, I'm gonna open up, that'll be my coins. It's like we'd start a training school where artists come in, you have to learn how to sing, you gotta dance, you gotta be able to do all the things. You gotta, showmanship, you gotta be able to know how to perform. I don't know why they don't have something like that, where these kids come out and actually know how to present yourself in front of people. Because people want that instant success because of social media. Some more to you. According to Mistress, she was not asked to be a pit stop guest this season because she had an established brand outside the show, and the producers do not like that from their queens. And look, Mistress don't need that show. It's quiet as it's kept. Her show was way more entertaining and I love Bianca Del Rio, but her show was way more entertaining than the pit stop. She don't need that show. And if they don't ask Mistress to come back, oh well. That's why I like that. Even though I know Alaska's probably hurt by it all, I'm glad that she's out here doing her thing with Willem, whether they care about it or not. Danny Kane was Diddy doing, and he don't play. Yeah, that's true. It wasn't even the girls. It was Diddy's ego, because he said, and the girls have said it many times, they don't really feel like he truly believed in the group. When their first album came out, he didn't even press enough copies of the CD. He was not expecting them to go platinum. He just thought it was going to be some little gimmick that he could just put up and that people are going to watch it. Kind of like, remember with O-Town, because the one thing about Diddy always would take something of someone else and basically just put his own thing on it. Making a Band was a show that was on ABC with a boy band with Lou Pearlman. That was originally the thing. And then he took it over and created his own thing out of it. We got Danny Kane, Day 26, and Finance Donnie Klein. And we saw what happened with that. It was a mess. And we love Danny Kane. I love Welcome to the Dollhouse. That's one of my favorite records from them. And he just didn't believe, I don't feel he believed in that group. And no shade, it showed. Because some of them girls singing. But then again, let me take that back, because Cheryl could dance down. Cheryl's a good damn performer. Even though she ain't the strongest singer, but she's got the pop star quality there. Yeah, it's a fact, because here's the thing. You can jump in every now and again. I did watch the last one I watched with, and I love Bianca, and that's why I was like worrying, because I was like, I don't know, Bianca. They was like, well, she did it before, and I was like, I don't know if Bianca's a good fit for the pit stop, and I know she did it before. She the last one I watched was with her and Jam. That was the last one I watched, and that was because of the controversy that surrounded it with Jan, I guess, making a comment about one of the girls on the show. I think it was Mandy, right? Was it? It was something Jan got into it with one of the queens, and the girl went and clapped back or whatever. So it was some drama that was going on with that. So that was the last time that I watched. Wait, am I bugging? Who's Javine? You said, honestly, a lot of queens this season have been kind of, well, look, a lot of people did say that season 18 is kind of the Kumbaya season. That's what I've been hearing, that it's not going to be filled with drama. That's probably why that sneak peek is only 5 minutes long. I'm like, damn, this is a short video. I like Juicy. I feel like she could make it all the way, though. Not sure if she can win. I don't know if she's going to win, but I could definitely see. Oh, how did I not know that? But maybe I don't know a lot about girls. I do know a lot of the songs, but I don't know a lot of their history. And didn't they get formed on a Pop Stars type show similar to PCD? Oh, not PCD. What was the other girl group that Nicole Scherzer, Eden's Crush? Wasn't that similar? Like the way that they went about it, like putting them together? I remember that show. That show was on the CW. I'm like, boy, I think it was the WB at the time. I'm like, dang. And Nicole Scherzinger was on that show trying out to be in a girl group before PCD. But yeah, this season has been kind of underwhelming. I still watch. I heard the more the drama is going to be coming, the more the drama is going to be on UK versus the world, which, yes, I'm definitely going to watch the new episode tonight because I don't want to know the spoiler because I almost looked over there on Queerty. They revealed who the spoiler was. I was like, don't be revealing the spoiler. It better not be an American girl. He said Pop Stars, the rivals too. Nadine was the only. Yeah, look. Quiet as it's kept, they could say the same thing about the Spice Girls. They only had one good singer in that group, and that was Mel C. The rest of the girls had their little moments. But yeah, Nadine was definitely, she's the singer out of all the girls. The other girls do what they need to do, but Nadine was the girl that carries the group vocally. It took Sarah's deaths for people to realize that Nicole could sing and is now doing West End musicals. She had to leave because she's 40 and pregnant. Doctor's still saying no. Yeah, because when you're a woman of a certain age, you should be out here pushing out a baby because you're at a high risk. But yeah, Nicole could sing. Nadine could sing. Cheryl does what she does. And yeah, Sarah Harding passed away. Shout out to her. But anyway, y'all. Okay, so we are at the end of today's show. Thank you all for tuning in for this latest episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. Please hit that like button, smash the notification bell, hit that subscribe. Definitely helps with the algorithm. You can also become a member of the channel if you choose to, but if you don't, it's also pretty free. If you want to save you some coins, you could definitely hit the like and subscribe. It definitely helps with the algorithm. It helps push the show out there into the universe. The more eyes can get on it. And the more eyes get on it, the more coins I get in my account. So, and I got bills, bitch. So, love you all for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new episode of the show. Thank you all for your continued support. I'm even thinking I might want to do a Super Bowl episode before the actual halftime and all that other stuff happens. So I'm still thinking about that if there's any juicy stuff that needs to be talked about. So yeah, love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support of this messy show. And until next time, ciao, darlings.